get people to get to know each other, talk about AI and the like. And then because we are a very diverse team, I'm South African. Lwazi, whom most of you have been speaking to, is South African as well. We've got Zena, who's Kenyan. We've got Anna, who's Argentinian. And whom I forget? Oh, Lakshmi is Indian, but in Sweden. And we've got Ego in Turkey. Quite an international team. And so what we did is we brought sweets from around the world to put on the tables. So please help yourselves. Grab a hand every time you go there to take home for the kids. But yeah, so that's the idea of showing our diversity as a team. So I think it's just after 9. We're going to get started. Cool. Oh, sorry, Wi-Fi. That's your Wi-Fi. Stay connected. ETC venues. Stay connected. All small letters. I'll leave it there for like 10 seconds. Coolio. Oh, shit. Sorry. Fire and safety. In the event of a fire evacuation, a continuous bell will ring. Walk immediately to the nearest fire exit doors by following the green fire exit signs at the back of the rooms or in front of the rooms. Do not go back and take your time to collect personal belongings. Leave the building calmly, and where possible, a fire officer or a member of the venue dressed in neon-colored overalls will guide you. If you have a disability and require assistance in evacuating the premises, we have evacuation chairs in the building located on the first and second floors near the exit points. Trained, etc. Staff members will evacuate you using these chairs and will escort you to the assembly point. And please do not use lifts. Make your way to the Swan Street and wait together there for the roll call. I think we're ready now. Yes. There's supposed to be sound with the video, but I'll skip it. Awesome. Good morning, everybody, and to those joining us online, welcome to the JournalismAI Festival. My name is Tapo Shabalala, and this is our 6th festival, the first hybrid and in person. I'll be doing a bit of housekeeping before we get started. I've done one for the people in the room. I'm going to do one for everybody and online so that we are all familiar with what's happening today. After myself, I'll invite Aiton with Google, who will say a few welcoming remarks, and then I'll invite Charlie to get us started with the day's sessions. Awesome. JournalismAI is a festival that celebrates the most exciting developments at the intersection of journalism and artificial intelligence. If you're familiar with our programs, you'll understand how we try to find some of the best innovation and changes that are taking place from around the world, from small and to large newsrooms. And we try to bring all those ideas and innovations to the festival and to try to package them in a way that can be shared with everybody else around the world. So welcome, and I hope you have a good time, whether you're joining us in person or online. Cool, a bit of housekeeping and how to enjoy the festival. If you're joining us online, there's a chat function there. Do ask your questions there. We have the team reading them out to everybody in the room. If you are or haven't joined us on Slack, please do, journalismai.info/connect. Anna, who's also here, I can't see her at the moment, she will add you to the connect so you can chat to everybody. I think there's currently about 157 people when I checked last night in the festival Slack channel, and people are organizing certain events, but it's okay, I wasn't invited. Use the hashtag JournalismAI on social media if you are. I think everybody should be on LinkedIn. I'm not so much on X, but we'll take it. So do take pictures. I paid a lot of money for that big blue wall by reception, so I expect to see everybody taking group pictures, selfies, and posting them, Instagram as well. So please do that. The program is on the website. You also have it in your tote bags if you need it. I don't think anything has changed on it, so do follow it. And then sign up to our newsletter. We try to send out a monthly newsletter with some of the updates curate changes that are happening around the world. We don't spam you, so it's a really nice, neat, short newsletter if you haven't signed up yet. And then finally, be open, be curious, and be kind to one another. Awesome. I think that is me. Next up will be Aiton.
All right. Thanks a lot, Seppo. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. It's great to see everybody. On behalf of Google, I want to welcome you to the Journalism AI Festival. Google has been a supporter of Journalism AI since 2018, and I have the privilege of working closely with Seppo, Charlie, and the whole team. And the reach and impact of this team, it's a small but mighty team. It's really remarkable. They do a lot of great things around the world. Hopefully, many of you have worked with them, know them. Google and Journalism AI, we share a belief that AI technology, combined with the expertise of human journalists, can lead to some amazing outcomes that can benefit society. Like stories that couldn't be told without AI investigative reporting tools, or audience that couldn't be reached without AI translation or formatting tools. And of course, as well, AI tools can help news organizations increase revenue and become more sustainable. So you'll hear about all of this and more during this year's festival. And I really hope that over these next 2 days, you'll be inspired and that you'll connect with really some of the leaders and pioneers in the field of AI and journalism. So I thank you, and with that, I'd now like to introduce Charlie Beckett, who's the Director of Journalism AI.
Mic's working? Yeah, great. It's quite moving, actually, to be here in person, because as has been said, we've been doing this project since 2018. And we've met so many hundreds, indeed thousands of people online on those, calls, the Teams calls. But it is incredible to have you here. And I can already feel the buzz of people being able to connect in person. The technology is marvelous. We could not have done this project without the communications technology that we enjoy. But boy, it is wonderful to be able to see you in person. It's also incredible, though, the online. Anna was just showing me the people who are already signing up, and we are literally across every single continent already, from Japan to Canada. So that's wonderful as well. I'm also very pleased to be here in South London. I'm a South Londoner, and I started my career in journalism here embarrassingly 40 years ago on the South London Press. And things have changed just a little bit for me and for journalism since then. I want to thank my team, Seppo and the team, for the work they've done, not just for this event, but the extraordinary work they've done throughout this whole year, and indeed the years before it. As Ethan said, they're small, they're dispersed, but the impact that they're having in collaboration with all those other people that we're working with is truly remarkable. I think it's a real sign of what you can do when you collaborate. It has been an amazing year, a difficult year, an extraordinarily difficult year for many journalists around the world, but for me at least, it's been inspiring as well, and you're going to get a flavour of that over the next couple of days. We've also got a very exciting year ahead, and you're going to hear more news and announcements about what we'll be doing in 2026. But let's get on with it, shall we? I would love to invite the three panelists for the first session that we're going to have, who are Natalie, Chris, where are you? Get yourselves mic'd up, come on. And I'd say to the people online, yeah, please keep adding where you're from and who you represent, because as Seppo was saying, this is about an event, but it's also about a network of, I can't remember what the latest figure is, at least 15,000 people signed up to the newsletter, thousands of people who have been taking our discovery course through the year, people who've been taking part in our skills lab as well, and of course, the 35 teams that were part of the Innovation Challenge, and you're going to hear from some of them over the next couple of days, and you can see we're putting all the information about the work that they've been doing, because everything we do is open, everything we do is free, and everything we do is obviously for the people themselves, but it's very much that they are creating case studies, they're creating examples, they're forging pathways in very practical ways that other people can follow. So, are we there now? No? Chris, you're always the last. Anybody want to sort of sing a song or something? You know, just to fill in the time? It should be me. Okay, quick one. Hands up those of you who've actually worked or done one of our programs or one of our courses and so on. Right. What's wrong with the rest of you? Up you come, Chris. So Chris Moran, great friend of the project, has been involved from the early days in 2018 from The Guardian. This is like a sort of show. Natalie. Natalie from the BBC.
We're just the difficult ones.
Yeah, yeah. And obviously we all send our incredible solidarity to you all at the BBC at this difficult time. Last but not least, Liz from the Financial Times. Please, Liz. So, deep breath. Thank you very much for coming.
We're here.
You can all talk now. That's great. All three of them, you can see the job titles they've got. These are three people who all care a lot about AI. They're all working with AI, but very much in the context that they are kind of editorial leaders as well as technology buffs within their news organizations. So we're going to start with some sort of bigger picture stuff about where do we think we are. We're now, over 3 years since ChatGPT was launched. It's been a kind of breathless 3 years. But we are starting to see real effects, both positive ones and some slightly more hairy examples of use of AI. So I'm going to start off by asking you what kind of year that you've had in regard to AI. And I'm going to start with you, Chris, please.
I guess the main thing for me this year is a kind of realization that whilst generative AI might kill us, building a generative AI product is not going to save us. Right? So to be clear, I'm still deeply interested in how we can apply this in journalism. But what I hope is this year is starting to see people in our situations move from playing with the technology initially to try and understand it into a more kind of considered, what is the journalistic innovation here? Because I think we've all done quite a lot of similar things, which makes a lot of sense, right? People have experimented with chatbots, summarization, fuzzy search in various environments and things like that. But right now, what I am interested in is that bit of what we bring to it that is interesting. I think also there is that general kind of what will save us in an environment where, especially in Google search, a lot of the answers people will get will be pretty good, albeit with a lot of errors in, potentially, right? But with clear upsides compared to some of what we do. And I think that will be less about, again, necessarily using AI and more about how do we project out to our readers what values we bring that are different to this, right? And is our journalism as connected to our audience as it possibly can be? But I think the biggest thing that I've kind of been focusing on is education internally. And I think in rooms like this, there's lots of people here who are very well informed about how this technology works. You know, we've all thought about it a lot. We attempt to use it ourselves, I suspect, as much as we possibly can. But today, there are still a lot of people in newsrooms who don't do that and don't necessarily understand some of the most basic things behind it. So, you know, a lot of people have done training, but we've just rolled out a kind of hour of video-based, kind of bite-sized mandatory training at The Guardian. And the main thing I'm focusing on is a very low level of AI literacy. You know, do you understand that if you go to ChatGPT search, it doesn't have access to the whole internet? Things that are as literally as basic as that. Do you understand what the probabilistic approach is and how that might change the way you talk to a machine? Because my personal feeling is, even today, my least favourite brand of AI journalism is still very prevalent. The one where somebody asks it a question, it makes a mistake, and then the journalist asks it why it's made the mistake, and then has a long conversation with it, and then writes a piece about how they were gaslit by an AI, right? That worries me, because it's kind of funny, but at the same time, it represents a deep misunderstanding of what the hell you're dealing with. And therefore, it underlines our journalistic imperative to understand this stuff before we talk about it.
Yeah. We'll go on to the more sort of, if you like, positive aspects in a second, but just to follow up on something you said at the very beginning, you said, we know that AI might kill us. And I'm assuming you don't mean literally killer robots, but
No,
you mean that there is a sort of existential context to this for journalism.
Yeah, on top of, you know, the narrative that we all know from things like the Reuters Institute Digital News Report. Direct traffic is difficult already. There are lots of competing platforms. There are lots of excellent alternatives to traditional media, potentially, or also some bad alternatives which people still go to. But on top of that, if you then layer in the problem of Gen AI, particularly being integrated, frankly, in Google search, but really being intermediated on other platforms and devices as well, it represents a significant problem to our entire industry. There's no question about it.
And are you feeling that at The Guardian at the moment, in terms of traffic and so on, or is it still
This is where it gets
days?
a bit nuanced, right? There's a lot of people writing about how their traffic is, you know, they've dropped 60% from Google. But right now, just to make things a bit more complicated, my view is I'm not sure any of us can definitely tell that yet, right? I mean, Google search is notoriously volatile anyway. The news is notoriously volatile. There are many core search updates. So definitely ascribing whatever drops we're seeing to AI mode, I don't think we can do conclusively yet. But one thing's for sure, the decisions that Google make in particular over how much further they integrate these things over the next 2 years are probably going to make that a bit clearer.
Okay. So, Natalie, obviously, the BBC, you've got, on the one hand, you've got a relatively large resource. You know, you're a big organisation, and you've been doing some really interesting, both practical work, testing, and research around AI. But also, of course, you have a special responsibility as a public service broadcaster, as you are only too well aware. How has it been this year for you?
I'd say for us it's been a year of kind of great momentum, and partly in news because we actually started a dedicated News AI team, full-time working on this. We've got 6 people. We've brought in someone who's really experienced in AI from Swedish radio, so really has rolled out big AI initiatives, and that has been a step change for us. I think we've also seen a lot of the pilots we started a while ago becoming successful and now integrating. So there are things like We have a new language service. We have Polish, which is enabled by AI translation. We have some really interesting pilots around sport, turning text into short podcasts, and we've done things the other way around as well. So, turning audio into text. So we've been experimenting a lot. It's really working, I would say. All of it, I should add, with human intervention. We really do believe in human editors. But I think the most interesting thing to me has been seeing the kind of switch in the newsroom, perhaps, of how there's still an education issue, and there's still a lot of people who kind of are very, very start of their journey, let's say, but also people coming up with some amazing ideas and actually, coming up with proof of concepts themselves and coming to with like, I've got this idea, what about it? And I think the challenge for us now is, how we choose the right ones according to our values, and also how we scale that. Again, it's a big organization, and scale can be quite challenging because it's also quite a federated organization. So it's how we work through that. And again, how we adhere to our principles while exploring all these actually quite exciting things.
And where do you see the sort of, from what you've gathered over this last year, you mentioned 1 or 2 specific projects. Broadly speaking, where do you think the AI is going to start having a kind of impact on efficiency or innovation?
So I think at the moment we've been quite focused on productivity and efficiency, and I think we'll see that increase with time. But I think more interestingly, I think in the next year or so, what we'll see is much more focus on audience experiences and new experiences, some of which we probably haven't even thought of yet, but others we're seeing other people experiment with. So I think that's really, really interesting. And I also think we'll be able to experiment much more, much quicker, and just to discard things that don't work. So the beauty of AI, just being able to prototype very quickly, I think gives us a huge advantage. And I think the other thing we'll be probably talking about a bit more is what is the role of editors, and do they need different skills to the ones they have at the moment?
Yeah, exactly. Liz, again, the FT has been really pioneering, around digital generally, but especially around AI. You've got a kind of advantage in a sense in that your journalism is often about data, isn't it? It's about finance and figures and so on. So in a sense, it kind of lends itself naturally to the editorial mission of the news organisation. What's the kind of speed of travel in the last year for you?
Speed of travel. So I think similar to what Chris has been saying, what I'm seeing is the fluency across the board has been increasing, and that increases the speed as well. And what it means is kind of proliferation in a good sense. So as you say, editors, writers are already writing about it, already know a lot about it, the tech team as well. So there is a AI team that is part of my scope, but it's becoming more and more that all the teams in the product and tech are using AI, applying it. So I think what is going to happen next year, that probably there isn't going to be a product director with an AI in the title, which is me, but I'm completely fine with that and I support that. Because I think what we need is to stop thinking of it as a kind of one-off project, because we know it's going to stay, we know it's not going anywhere. And it's kind of, we've now figured out that also it's not just a feature set, it's not just a capability, it is all of those things. It's also an infrastructure, it's also a channel, it's a partner, it's a competitor, it's very many things that different parts of the business need to consider differently with their own expertise and their own approaches. So I think that's been quite crucial. And then again, similar to what Chris, you've been saying about building generative AI features and AI features in general, may not necessarily save us. What I think the shift for me has been this year to the same question. Last year I was answering, this is going to be the year of build versus buy. So we've tried building because we just needed to know what it's capable of, and now we need to start deciding where we buy because there are going to be providers. Next year, I think we really need to figure out build versus partner. And that is with AI platforms, what is exactly the new value chain split? What are we happy for them to start doing together with us? And like most of us have done some kind of version of summaries and translations, it's now increasingly being available on browsers. Do we need to build things on our websites? Like, we're so much slower than the tech companies. We probably just need to properly partner with them on those things. So where is that split? How do we figure that out? What is what we are bringing to the table as the...
I don't know how much you can talk about that, but broadly, that idea of partnership, how do you feel about that, and how do you envisage it working? Is it something formal that you're, it's now a relationship that you've got, or is it more ad hoc?
many things I'm going to say is my personal opinion rather than that's the official, the disclaimer. So there are public deals that we've done, like with OpenAI, so that's not a secret. So I think the way, and also I think importantly, it's not the first deal for us that is an API integration in terms of us being paid for our content. So we've got B2B partners, they're already consuming our content through the API feeds. So it's not a completely new business model, it is slightly different. So we're trying to look at it slightly more holistically now, so that becomes more of a new channel and an increasing channel. So what do we need to do differently in our content platform, in the way we package our content, and even create our content in the newsroom, so that is more able to scale and brings us more revenue without sacrificing and challenging, like creating a competitor that is then going to kill us. So that's I think one point. And the other point that is much more my personal is that AI platform specifically is a source of younger audiences. And it's not a secret that a chunk of our churn is people getting old and dying, sorry. We all have very aging audiences. So we do need younger audiences, they're there. Yes, LLMs hallucinate, but also social media hallucinates like a lot. So can we figure that out with a proper partnership better than we did with social media? And just get them engaged through universities, through something that is meaningful, and then make them value the brand, value the curation, value the authority of our journalists through that.
Yeah, and thinking about that organisationally, I mean, in the past, news organisations have tended to sort of talk about, I don't know, news gathering, and then there was news production, and then there was this other bit called audiences.
Yeah.
You know, and that they were, in a sense, quite separate, literally separate departments. How does AI fit into that? Is that changing the way that you think about those different aspects? Or are you still trying to separate it out? Because, I mean, the title of this is very much focused on the journalist. It's saying, is AI going to become a co-author? Is that the only part of it?
So one thing, so I look after all the internal tools our journalists use as well. So one thing I'm vouching for as part of the strategy for the next 3 years is actually taking a step back and looking at our workflow. What is the newsroom doing more holistically? And trying to challenge whether the way the tasks are split, the jobs are figured out, like the scoped, is that tied to what technology was able of a couple of years, like 10 years ago actually? Or is it actually how people work, how their profiles fit the scope? And if, like, what are the changes? What are the actual things we can change there and rebuild in a kind of like more radical way rather than incremental? Right now, honestly, we are focusing on within the existing jobs, can we do things better? Either higher productivity or high quality. I think we're focusing a little bit more on quality and doing things we're normally not great at, like alt text. But I think in the future, I'd be super keen to see our roles potentially going to mix and match slightly different, even with the slight improvements that we're doing for revision and finding potential errors, millions, billions, mistakes. It is shifting much more to the writer right now because it is so much more embedded in the editor rather than at a separate step where someone goes and checks that. So already there is shifting workload and shifting roles between the newsroom jobs. So I think there's just going to be more of that, and I want to be intentional about it.
Right. Let's follow up on that and sort of get a little bit more granular in terms of, well, especially thinking perhaps about in the newsroom and for those journalists. Chris, what are the things that are working, and also, I guess, where is there a bit more friction? I mean, you told me about the Dan Saber using AI to turn around very rapidly a high volume data story on the day, but you also talk about where some things haven't quite worked out.
Yeah, so I think Liz's point about build versus buy is something that's really occupied me. And actually, thinking about the biggest change this year, in some ways, I think it is the kind of, through integration, the increasing democratization of this technology in very banal ways, which will actually make the biggest difference to most people's lives.
Right.
So the training that we released was tied to the fact that we have approved Gemini internally for everyone, right? And Gemini in Workspace. Now, there will obviously be a bunch of journalists, it's probably focused in visuals, data journalism and investigations, who start chaining together really interesting things because they have to in interrogating data sets. But most journalists are probably going to be using this stuff embedded in a word processor, right? Some people's lives will be changed by, I don't know, Google Slides now. When you drop an image in, there's a little button that pops up saying remove background. Totally banal, massively useful, won't be considered Gen AI. Right? So a big part of writing, and the reason that it, to a certain extent, we as The Guardian have avoided building tools like Brainstorm Simulator or, you know, helping you structure your article, is because I think that's going to take place more effectively in Google Docs than it will do in internal tools that we build. And that comes back to measuring impact as well, right? It's really hard to measure the impact of a bunch of integrations, which include things like fuzzy search in Gmail. That's massively useful. If the title of this was I don't know, on research, I think basically we're there, right? It's incredibly helpful to have this technology in search. Right. Notebook LM, what's not to like, especially as a journalist? You know, nobody really needs to explain it. You know, it's great. You don't have to keyword search for things through a massive PDF anymore. Marvelous. So I do think that's the bit that's important for me. Most people's lives are going to be, you know, integrating this stuff in that way, not whether or not we build a very elaborate workflow or add, you know, big things in. But I think writing is a very personal thing, and that's the other thing, right? So boring story, I guess, but Simon Hattenston, brilliant interviewer of ours, came to me and said, I'm really worried, I'm a Luddite, I don't use any of this technology, I don't even use transcription. And would you have a chat with me? So my first question was obviously, why the hell don't you use it for transcription? The one thing everybody can agree is a marvelous thing about this technology. And, you know, he said, well, when I transcribe my interview by hand for that 2-day process, that's the period in which I'm structuring how I'm going to write this piece, right? And at that point you say, please never use this for transcription. You know, this is about a personal decision about where it fits into your natural workflow, I think, rather than us three going, hey writers, this is the way you should work with it. Sorry, that was very long-winded, but I guess I'm trying to say this is, I think, more organic. Yeah. You know, there is something here where this stuff will start to naturally come through. And right now, I think those integrations are proving to people who have previously been worried about it that there are things that can help them.
And is the sort of pushback or the friction just a natural kind of working through of what is effective, or is there still a sort of element of fear and loathing around the tech?
Yeah. So we did a staff survey, and 50% of our staff said The Guardian's moving at about the right pace. 25% said we were moving too slowly, and 25% said we were moving too fast. Right. I was quite pleased with that, if I'm honest. Yeah. I think that's quite good, and I think quite a few other news orgs have similar kind of numbers around that. You know, it is worrying. You know, it's threatening. It's disturbing. My personal view is, if I was still a sub, I would be using this in interesting ways to make my job easier, and I think there are ways you can use it. Whilst at the same time, I think extended use of it also proves that a sub-editor or a human being who is responsible for some of the decisions we make is going to be one of the things that we can stand up over the next few years and say, this is something that makes us distinct from that. Right. Doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to always be more accurate. But one thing we can say is we have human beings who are responsible for it. We are accountable to you in provable ways.
Yeah. And Natalie, with the BBC, obviously you're huge and there's so many diverse bits, even the news department alone, obviously. There are so many different programs, so many different services, you know, international, domestic, etc., so many different languages, you said. And I think the Polish one is a really interesting, if you roll that out to other languages, yeah. It's very exciting. How does it work, though, in practice? Again, that sort of granular thing. How do you keep track of that feedback about what works and what doesn't? And what, again, let's talk about if there are worries or things that are a bit more frictional.
I think the way we do it is we're very deliberate about how we go about things, and you know, maybe in some senses we're slower than the FT, for example. So we roll out pilots and we really go in and look at where the friction is, for example, where the problems are. So we've had a very successful pilot that's about to be integrated into our CMS and rolled out more widely, which is around our local democracy reporting.
Right.
And basically, there are 150 reporters across the country. They don't file in BBC style. So using a BBC LLM, we've kind of given them the ability to pipe straight into the CMS, and the LLM does the first pass at putting it into BBC style and comes up with some suggestions or flags up some issues. And that's been really successful, and the accuracy rates are quite high. We did a separate trial around summarization with a commercial tool. It was less successful, and partly was friction, because it wasn't integrated properly, but it was also partly, I think, people were quite concerned about accuracy. Not that it was massively inaccurate, they were just concerned that they had to check so much that I think the worry added some time to it. So we're going to go back and revisit it. So again, I think everything we roll out, we do it quite small scale, test it first internally, then test it with small audiences, and that's the way we're doing it, which is slow, but it reassures both the newsroom and us.
Yeah. And everyone says, look, keep the human or the expert in the loop, which sounds nice, but obviously that means you've got a human who's spending their time in that loop, isn't it?
But I think yes, we do need humans in every loop. But again, I think this is why it's interesting once we move beyond that and you have more personalization and you have, if you want more kind of liquid content, then the editor can't be across everything. So how do you do it?
Yeah, and with the democracy one, which is fascinating, do you think that's something that could spread beyond that particular cohort of journalists?
I would hope we would look at doing things like style guide. We have a very, very, very long style guide. And integrating that seems like quite an obvious step. And it's also the style guide itself is, I would say, quite a high barrier to entry for people who've never written before, for example. And we're a broadcast organisation. We have lots of people who have vast experience in video and audio, but not that much in writing. It's useful.
Yeah, and just quickly on your journalists are, how can I put this politely, notoriously expert, and they're very proud of their domain knowledge and their expertise around a certain beat and their high standards and so on. Is that a good thing when it comes to trying to get them to use AI?
Well, we are not trying, none of us are trying to replace the expertise with AI, right? So I think there was a worry about that could be an option a couple of years ago, but since then, I think lots of conversations have been had, lots of people have started using AI. We've introduced some tools that show that the direction we're traveling is different. So what we are trying to do is making that expertise more visible. So I guess, again, coming back to the AI platforms, in summaries on Google, it's very factual. It doesn't need deep expertise to get an answer to a quick question on Google. How do we make sure that people still come to us for expertise? Well, where is that link? So I think that's one thing to figure out. And then also helping our experts to create more of what they're good at and removing some of the tedious stuff, but also making things more viable, I guess. So to your question of what works well, investigative journalism, obviously, it's a massive source of free traffic for us because it's always very viral, very popular among readers. So the more we can help find the needle in the haystack, the better. So that team is still very, very successful. And then similarly, even for beat reporting, I guess, the thing we did with the recommended wires, where the feed of wires gets shortened to what you as a writer should care about, that shortens the time between the news going out and us publishing it on the FT. Again, helps us get more traffic from search because it's when people are searching for it. So the faster it's there, the more people we get. Yeah. So helping with that and helping also with the other steps of the journey that are not related to writing as much. So all the editing, multimedia, things around writing, I guess, is but also the writing itself when it comes to the style and things like that. So that's what we are focusing on. So I don't think there is a conflict between, it's actually the opposite.
In terms of your audience, obviously the FT is subscription, and you've got a very, what's the word? People pay a lot for it,
yeah,
and they expect a lot, your readers expect a lot, and they also bring a lot to it in terms of their own experience and expertise. are you able to exploit that? Is that something that can feed into your use of AI?
So there are two parts of it. One is what's working not as well, I would say, but or like a challenge, is people pay a lot, and whenever they see an AI disclaimer, that erodes the trust and the feeling of like AI in journalism equals cheap. So we're very careful in terms of what we do with those, where we put that. Like if the content has been through human review, do we really need to put in the disclaimer that AI at some point has been used in the process? Or the responsibility is on the writer, on the journalist, on the FT now, so we shouldn't really muddle that with a disclaimer, because the disclaimers do really erode the trust. And then if we do something that is no human in the loop, again, we're trying to be very careful with it. It both needs to be very high quality, so we put a lot of effort into the prompting, testing, but also needs to bring enough engagement uplift for us to just keep that and count to people who are going to come back to us and say, oh, are you now changing to an AI written journalism? I'm going to stop paying you a subscription. We had a couple of those, which is, fair, expected. So that's, I guess, one side of it. The other side is what you said about readers bringing something to the table, and our community is amazing. Our readers who use comments are 6 times more engaged, but only 60% know that comments exist, which is ridiculous.
Right.
So we've used AI to actually drive people more into the comments, and the audience engagement team reviews a question that is generated by an LLM based on the article and is trying to spark a discussion. And that question is then posted two-thirds through the article length, and then takes you to the comments. So that increased comment rate by 3.5%, which is quite significant given how much more they're engaged. So I think there is the positive to it as well, and we're trying to see what else can we do in terms of engagement with comments with AI.
Yeah. Natalie, very quickly on that as well, you mentioned that you've got guidelines, et cetera, that transparency around AI to your users must be quite a delicate balance, isn't it? That you want to be honest with your public service broadcaster, you want to be honest about how you do your journalism, but you also don't want to suggest that suddenly you've thrown it all to the robots.
Yeah, our head of responsible AI is in the back, so I'll be careful what I say.
Yeah, exactly.
We do discuss it a lot, and both the wording, and we try to be very descriptive about what we do, so it's very clear which bits have been AI has assisted with, but also we discuss the placement. And again, we do disclose everything, so whether it's assistance with translation, assistance with summarization, it is all disclosed, but I also think it will change over time as
people become used to the idea that it's part
of it. And we know there are big differences generationally between acceptance of AI, and I think over time it'll just become, and you'd expect people to translate with AI because that's what people do normally when they're on holiday.
Yeah.
So I think that will change, but yeah.
Yeah. And Chris, your readers again, notoriously sensitive and ethical, of course.
Yeah. I think one of the most interesting things about guidelines is, to a certain extent, if you look at the Guardian's editorial code, which is public, if you apply everything that's already in there, ignoring the AI clause in there, that gives a pretty good approach to dealing with generative AI as a thing when you're a journalist, right? In exactly the same way that a journalist wouldn't go to an unknown website, read that the world was flat, and then write that down, check your source, right? Like a huge amount of existing journalistic practice, ethics, and standards should moderate sensibly this new technology. So a lot of our guidelines, internally I'm working, I'm moving from desk to desk, because that's the other thing, right? It's a big job,
right?
New things coming out all the time. But for example, I'm going to the audio team and talking about whether the new tools that are coming through in terms of production should affect our existing guidelines. Brackets, do we already have actually written down existing guidelines? There's something quite good and hygienic about this as an object which forces you to look at whether or not you're already kind of clear about these things. But time and again, when I'm talking to those teams, often we come back to the same thing, which is if you apply basic good journalistic standards, that is a good way to navigate your way through this particular issue.
Yes, exactly. So I would like to throw it out to the audience. If you've got any questions to these three, or if you want to raise anything, hands up, please. Let's start at the front.
Morning all. Hi, Dimitri, I'm consultant and advisor. Question to all of you very quickly, if I can. If you were to select one new trait that you specifically pay attention to when hiring new people, when bringing people in, so I'm not talking about competencies because they will be changing and skills will be changing, but specifically the character trait of a person who you would like to hire. So how would you be thinking about this? Thank you.
If it were up to me, it'd probably be just curiosity, but I again would argue that's a pretty good journalistic trait, right?
Yeah, I think exactly the same, but probably the other way to say that is courage as well.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Right.
because, yeah, I think they come hand in hand.
I add to that, just willing to test things themselves. Actually, curiosity leads to action in their own consumption.
I mean, this is one of the things that's changed, I've noticed. I mean, the shift to Gen AI. Prior to that, if we talked about AI and you were hiring somebody to do AI in your newsroom, they probably would be a tech person.
Yeah.
They would perhaps know how to code. They would certainly know a lot about algorithms and so on. Gen AI has kind of changed that, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know.
Although, you know, having a data scientist on hand at all times pretty helpful.
It's always nice. Yeah, exactly. Another question, please. Should we go right to the back there?
Good morning, everyone. Atandua here from Code for Africa in South Africa. I've got a question about frameworks. I work with a couple of newsrooms across the continent around the AI and thinking around it and their strategies. And frameworks, cool. AI frameworks within the newsrooms and how they think about AI. My first question, I guess, to any panel member, because you guys run amazing, huge newsrooms, do we expect the journalists to actually read the guidelines? Or are they, I kid you not, do we expect them to read them because, they're guidelines and it's more documents that they have to kind of get through? Or are there processes in place for them to integrate it into their work? And how are we actually checking if they are actually engaging with those particular guidelines? And the second question would be, Chris, you mentioned that you ran some research around the actual use of artificial intelligence within newsrooms, and you mentioned something around 50%. Just to take a couple of steps back, during the time of social media, 50% was a very high number for people in the newsroom to be using this new kind of technology and platform. Are we really seeing 50% of people in the newsrooms actually engaging with the tools that are being brought within the newsrooms? What are the actual numbers within those newsrooms? Are we still getting that sense that people are still quite afraid of engaging with the new technologies and platforms within our newsrooms as well?
So on that second point, the number I quoted earlier was the 50% of people at The Guardian felt that we were moving at about the right pace. But one of the survey questions we asked, and one of the reasons we brought Gemini in and the training, was we asked people how many people were using personal LLMs to carry out work, and unsurprisingly that was quite high, right? Again, we're not just talking about whether somebody uses it, we're talking about the extent of use too, right? And today, right now, every single Guardian journalist has used an LLM in research by going to Google search, right? Of course, that's kind of, I'm not being facetious. I mean, that's the reality we're now in. I think your first question is such a brilliant one. And it is something I'm super interested in, and it's super boring. And it's partly because I've done quite a lot of cultural change work over the years around data and audience and content reduction. And broadly speaking, and I can only speak about The Guardian, but I feel like I can speak about, from talking to peers, I think most newsrooms are not set up to support cultural change projects. We're really bad at it. I mean, one of the things, it's not only our responsibility to, for example, give people some mandatory training, it's our responsibility to say, how much time are we asking them to spend on it, and is it worth it? And also, are we giving them the time to step away from the news desk where there's always an excuse to be there, right? So yeah, I think your point is really important, and it strikes something more fundamental and much less sexy than talking about AI as a co-author. It's, do you have the things in place to support your newsroom in times of change and give them the time to engage with this stuff? In terms of tracking stuff, I'm so sorry, I was just going to quickly say we are not asking all of our newsroom to tell us, you know, we're not tracking their use of this either.
That would be virtually impossible anyway, wouldn't it? Yeah. Guidelines.
I mean, guidelines, yeah. I mean, we do mandatory training, and obviously everyone's done it, and then you find that people have completely forgotten it because they have very busy lives. So it's a complicated balance. But for example, we had an internal AI week last week, or the week before, and actually what it does is it generates that enthusiasm. And there was huge. I mean, I was surprised about how much engagement there was, and people going to lots of sessions and making time and going back to the recordings. And I think sometimes that's much more useful as a way to get those guidelines, kind of get people to remember them and understand them, than forcing mandatory training. I think training is important, but I think you need to reinforce it and keep reinforcing it until it just becomes, people know the rest of the editorial guidelines largely, so that just needs to become part of it. And I think we're not quite there yet, but I think we'll get there.
And it's trying to shift, isn't it, from the idea of guidelines as a kind of something that you refer to when things go wrong, as opposed to just really guiding, as in, how should I behave? Which
largely people know about everything else except AI, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
So first disclaimer, I don't run a newsroom, so I'm in the product side of things, and in technology we do love a framework. So my favorite one for the culture change and change in general is COM model. And that's capability, opportunity, and motivation. It's very similar to what you were saying both. Are we offering the tools for people to behave differently? Are we giving them the opportunity, meaning time, for instance, or even space, physical, or coaching, something like that. And then the motivation, I guess, is the critical one, and that's what we were struggling with a couple of years ago, when people were scared that if they engage, they're going to work themselves out of their jobs. So what is the positive thing? What are they working towards? Why do they need to engage? What are they creating? Are they creating free time? Are they creating more interesting work? So figuring that out, I think, might be more important for the system to be self-sustainable, rather than controls that need to be enforced and kind of be an industry of enforcement.
So what's COM again?
Capability, opportunity, motivation, similar to figuring out a murder. So you have the tool, the murder weapon, you don't have an alibi, and you have the motive. So that's how I remembered it.
That's excellent. I really like that one, yeah. I'm going to take a couple of questions now. Gentleman here in the blue, can we just quickly, and then in the ginger.
Yes, I'm Jim Carney from, I teach journalism in the Bronx in New York City.
Good luck.
And not getting specific here, but in general, and Chris, you addressed this about what should we teach students coming out of college? Not necessarily specific tools, but you talked about attitude towards it or philosophy towards it that you would look for in looking for new young students coming into journalism.
Okay, there's one on that, and then
Ulrike Langer, I'm a freelance media innovation journalist, and I was a bit surprised when you were asked what traits are you looking for, that you came up with these timeless adjectives like curiosity. None of you said product thinking, someone who enhances audience engagement, someone who increases our diversity. And that makes me wonder, is this because you all work in these huge newsrooms and you don't need the agility, or why?
Okay, two brilliantly chosen questions. They are related.
In terms of education, I started out as a primary school teacher, so it kind of matters to me a lot. And I think one of the interesting things about AI as a tool, there is obviously a huge concern about how this is going to disrupt kind of education, right? And I was at a thing in Phoenix a few weeks back where somebody said, I just don't understand why these kids would use this tool to write a whole essay. I just don't, what is wrong with these kids? And I was a bit like, if I'd been out for drinks the night before an essay deadline 30 odd years ago, I'd have used it to write a thing, right? But what's exciting about it is it's an amazing educative tool, AI. It's phenomenal. The options there are extraordinary. I think it's one of the things that it's best at. So, to tie it to that, why did I choose curiosity? Because I've met incurious product people. I've met incurious journalists. I don't think, I think the generic fundamental things are what is helpful here, because I don't think we should be considering this in some ways as something special, right? I mean, it's new, it's different, but fundamentally, it's not that different from when the internet came out and sensible people went, I think this is really interesting and I should experience it and play with it. In terms of diversity, I obviously agree, but one would hope that that is part of a natural hiring process. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that, I think it's not about the size of the newsroom, and it obviously will depend on the role, and this is kind of a very generic answer. But I think your point about audience engagement, for example, like, you need to start asking the question, how are audiences engaging? That is your starting point. And I've interviewed many people who are like, well, we do this, therefore this works. I'm like, that is the wrong starting point. And I think you can train people in lots of things, and they can learn things on the job. That is one thing that if you don't come with it, you're probably not going to get it.
Yeah, very similar. I think much easier to train hard skills, attitudes, not so. And to the younger people joining the workforce, I guess less journalists, I don't know that career ladder, but in tech, what we're all seeing is there are fewer junior jobs because of AI, because like companies tend to, economic pressures as well, companies tend to try and outsource that to AI where possible. What is possible for people is to come into a slightly less junior role now. So companies are rethinking actually what is our lowest role, rather than it being a very manual assistant. It already includes some judgment. So using the AI and doing some kind of judgment-laden job. So teaching the judgment, teaching to the decision making, and how to be kind of closer to the business and the essence of the job straight away, rather than needing to engage with the content in an automatic way first, is something really helpful for people to be successful, I think.
It's really interesting. Very quickly, here's to another couple, one in the middle, the lady there in the jumper. Well, you're in a jumper, that doesn't narrow it down much, does it? But the stripy jumper there you can see, yeah. And take another one over there, please. Just to keep you all running around with the mics. Yeah, over there, Lakshmi. Man with a hat. So go ahead, fire away.
Hi, this is Olaya Novoa. I'm from Prisa Media in Spain, and I have two questions. One is, from The Guardian, you said that you just approved Gemini for the whole newsrooms to use. I was wondering if there's any other tool that you have kind of like approved for any of the newsrooms, not just for one, newsroom-wise, and on the other side is, I understand that that is just for like general use, for training and so forth, but from what you've said, I understand there are like two speeds. One would be just to integrate the use of AI maybe on the regular workflows, and the other part for me important would be innovation. It's like, how do you support innovation? Do you have any kind of sandbox? Have you created any kind of space where people who are curious enough can go and try? How does that work in your newsrooms?
Really good questions, please.
Right. Can you hear me? Oh, great. My name is Maiwa. I'm a journalist and researcher. So my questions are on two sides. First one is for Liz, which is like thinking about product-wise. Now, you probably have existing customers who already drawn your API over the years before the proliferation of AI. Now, those kind of customers who have access to years and years of your stories, if they were to build a niche product based off your stories, is that something that they would need to come to you again for fresh permissions, right, or do the existing contracts, which did not take AI into account, cover for that kind of situation? That's one. Then for Chris and Natalie, I'm talking about the skills shifts. Now, when you join a newsroom like The Guardian or the BBC, you spend considerable time learning the house style, how to write for the BBC. But now, if you build that style guide into an AI system, do new journalists within your newsroom still spend that amount of time or that kind of time learning how to use the house style? Or do you think that that's the kind of skill that we would no longer need into the future?
Really good questions.
Excellent.
Just quickly pick any. We're running out of time, so be brief.
Quickly on Style Guide, Style Guide used to be a book, right? And I remember when we put it on the web, a lot of sub-editors were worried that that would mean that they were out of a job. It didn't, right? It just went on the web. And now the next step should be, drop it into Notebook LM or wherever so you can ask questions of it. And maybe you build a tool, you attempt to build a tool which kind of forces that onto the text, but I'm not entirely sure that we're interested in that in particular. I like the suggestion kind of approach. But I don't think it invalidates it. I just think there are new ways of using it.
Natalie, any of those?
Yeah, I'm really interested in Style Guide as well, but I think there's a lot of, you don't need to occupy a memory with whether we use an S or a Z in certain words. I honestly don't think we need that. But I do think there's something interesting is, do we as journalists need to understand better what facts and what data needs to go into a story for it to appear in a certain way in an AI assistant, for example. And I think that's much more worthwhile time spent think about that than actually the Style Guide, which to an extent you can automate.
Liz, on the sandbox type?
Yeah, so Sandbox, we have built what we call AI playground. It's an internal tool that connects to an LLM and allows to play around with the prompts, basically exactly what it says, based on our content. So it pulls in either a specific article, or you can search with the brag search for segments and then do something with them. And that's how we actually decided which features to try. Some of the timeline stuff people tried on it, so editorial teams tried it, was quite rubbish at the time, so we pivoted into a single article summarization. So that's what we encourage people to use, and alongside actually ChatGPT. So similar to Gemini, the newsroom has ChatGPT. We also don't disencourage using that for experimentation. But it's less visibility for us, unfortunately.
I love the idea of FT people in a playground.
Yeah.
Just a charming image there. Thank you very much for those questions. They're all brilliant. And thank you three for kicking us off in such a fantastic way. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
We've got a 15-minute break, and then we're going to go into the next breakout sessions. Thank you very, very much.
Just to remind everybody. There's a session happening in the Smile Suite. You can't hear me? No? Is this on? No?
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah. Okay, so there's two sessions happening simultaneously. There's one happening in the Smile Suite, which is a series of lightning talks, and the other one is happening right in this room. And that one is going to be what is it called? A lightning chat. Yeah. Fireside chat. Sorry, yes. Lightning and fire. But yes, see you all. Have a good break. There's coffee outside for everybody. just to introduce myself while the rest of you make your way to your seats, I'm Lakshmi. I'm a senior program manager at JournalismAI, and I'll be helping you or guiding you through the rest of the day on and off, along with my colleagues. So today and right now we have a fireside chat with Sanuta Raghu, who's the lead of the AI lab at Scroll India, and Uli Koppen, who is head of AI and Automation Lab, and the co-lead of BR Data from Germany. So Sanuta and Uli, if you could please take your seats, maybe. And for all of you who are joining us from online, Sanuta and Uli are going to be chatting about what happens when the lines blur between editorial and product and technical and all the magic that happens there. So I'm going to leave it to them now.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Okay, we are having a little sound problem here. Let's see how it works out. If it's too loud, please let me know. If it's not loud enough, let me know as well, okay? I'm so excited to talk to Sanuta because she's one of the most interesting persons in AI and journalism in my point of view, and this is why I'm taking those 30 minutes to really grill you.
Right back at you, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So this is a new format, I think, for me. I don't know, yeah, let's see how it goes.
Okay, let's jump right into it. Sanuta, just give us a little impression of your newsroom and your role and how you came into your role.
Right. I think just so that we can zoom out a little bit and talk about why it's the two of us doing this together. I come from a small newsroom in India. I'm a journalist, sort of moved into this bridge role between journalism and AI. I was just telling someone this morning that my real day job is producing documentaries on climate change on a weekly basis, and we do that with Deutsche Welle. Shout out to anybody from DW who's here. And Uli is kind of, I'm assuming, the exactly on the other side of the spectrum, large newsroom, public service, and coming from Germany. So I think that sort of sets the stage for us. So what I do at Scroll, Scroll is not small, but a tiny newsroom in India. We're operating in a context of 1.4 billion people. And again, sort of long story short, I used to head video at Scroll at one point. I had a very large team. All of us have gone through sort of the pivots to video all through 2016, 2018, 2019. I had to let go of a large part of my team. Like a lot of newsrooms around the world, it wasn't quite sustainable, and that's when we decided that with the amount of people that we have, are we still able to be relevant in video? Is where we started out our AI journey. If you know a little bit about India, we have about 700 million smartphone users, one of the largest in the world, still at 50% potential, and almost all of them watch more than 1 hour of video every day on their smartphones, and much larger than China in terms of consumption numbers. So being relevant in video was very important to us, and how do we do that with a really tiny team? So that's how we started with AI, journalist, video, and then sort of pushed into AI. What about you?
Well, as you mentioned, I'm part of German public broadcasting. We are one of the largest broadcasters in Europe. We have more than 20,000 journalists in our broadcasting system, and we have a federal system, meaning we have 9 different broadcasters all over Germany. And the challenge is to get experts together from all of those different media houses. More or less, we are 9 different media organizations with 9 CEOs, so you have to get everyone on board. Experts together and everyone on board, that's our challenge we're facing. And I am Chief AI Officer, meaning I'm coming out of data journalism. I've built up several data teams over the last 10 years. And now I'm also responsible for implementing AI into the organization from a journalistic point of view, but also from an administrative management point of view. So that's my role.
How fun has it been? Let's talk about the last 3 years and tell me how fun it's been for you.
Yeah, I mean, it has been quite intense because, I mean, for everyone, AI has been the topic, of course. I have the best job in the world, I would say, because it's just from a business point of view very interesting, and also from a journalistic point of view, because now we are looking at some of the topics journalists haven't been looking at for the last 10 years, I would say. We're looking at data infrastructure. We're looking at the business side of things. We're looking also at investigative reporting, which is our core topic, of course. But now we can have a very holistic approach to look at our organization. And AI, for me, is also an interesting vehicle to get our homework done as media organizations. For example, to get our data infrastructure in line, to have the right people, to have interdisciplinary teams working together. And for me, that is a very interesting vehicle to get things done. So what is your focus right now, Sanuta?
So our focus, very honestly, like I said, you know, because we're a tiny team, how do we use this? I know this is cliche, a lot of us say it, but it's really, really translating into some real output for us, right? So how do you use this thing as a force multiplier? And are we able to sort of expand what we're doing to the audience and the context that we operate in? And how are we able to sort of focus on our core work, which is on-ground, in-depth reportage. We don't do volume work, for example, so we're not doing a cut, copy, paste of the wire copies. We're not chasing every story out there, but we're doing a lot of the surround sound, the deep surround sound around a story that's you know, that comes out of India. So we've just had, you know, a bomb blast that happened yesterday, and our teams are already sort of, you know, how can we contextualize this better? What information is missing? How do we sort of give the whole picture and not just sort of go at it with, you know, this, right?
Okay, let's dive deep into that, because Sanuta, I don't promise too much, is really one of the most interesting product persons right now to talk to. Grab her and a coffee and sit down with her. But now let us dive into your product thinking. So how do you do this expanding knowledge? For example, David Caswell is here, down there, structured journalism. So how do you use these, well, I would say knowledge bits to let people dive more into news, and how are you using AI?
So we're really thinking about it, I think, from the point of view of how can we not create content silos, which is the typical go-to for personalization, but how can we instead focus on form of how a particular news piece is delivered, right? And we're also sort of, you know, largely giving the main stage to our editors and the editorial expertise within our newsroom to say, okay, you can decide based on the news that's happening, how you choose what goes out, what our users are feeding in, but we will help the newsroom create sort of, you know, form-based personalization for different kinds of users, right? So what does this dynamic on-demand form mean? So we, for example, if we were to look at the budget in India, right? The budget is this huge festival. We have a lot of stories that come out around that. Are we able to do, instead of a 500-word block of text, a wall of text, what else are we able to do around this, right? Based on this verified information. So we said, why don't we provide calculators? Why don't we provide decision trees? Why don't we provide, you know, whatever else that, you know, the newsroom can come up with? And that we've been able to do because of structured data, and you know, because we've been able to test at this moment sentence level meaning making within our archive and sort of contextually retrieve it. And we'll talk more about that at 12:15 in another session. But how do we do that? How have we achieved that? And I think, yeah.
And can you give us an impression how that looks like for the users?
How does it look like for the users? Currently, they're able to, so on the article page, they're able to select the form that they would want to choose. But this is again, it's still, we're in the process of iterating what the design for the user, for the final user could look like. But ideally, when we have enough user insights, we should be able to provide that particular news in the form that they are used to, or provide sort of clickable buttons to say, would you like to consume this as a mind map? Would you like to consume this as a calculator and things like that? But let's talk about me. What are you working on?
Well, it also relates to data, the USP we have as media houses is trusted content, and this is why we're working on the idea of a trusted content pool. And it's a little bit like you said, we are just doing our homework right now, which means we are vectorizing all of our data. We are using it for information bits and for semantic search within the newsroom. But also we want to use our data to partner up with other media organizations. Because right now the relationship with AI platforms has to be reassessed for us completely as media houses. This is, I guess, the biggest discussion we're having right now as media organizations, right? Because search is changing, the old deal traffic versus content is kind of off the table right now. And we have to see what our USP is as media houses. And in my point of view, our USP has always been trusted content. And how can we translate trusted content to the AI-mediated media environment right now? And we have just done an experiment where we combined our content pool with 2 other content pools of Ippen. Ippen is a private media house in Germany, plus with München.de, which is a provider of service information around the city of Munich. And we've done a chatbot on the Oktoberfest. You know, I'm part of Bavarian Broadcasting, and for Bavarian Broadcasting, Oktoberfest is a big thing. We have 2 weeks, everyone going crazy. And this is also an event where people talk a lot about it. So we figured people might also want to talk to a chatbot on our news site. So we used our content and combined it with the content of 2 other media outlets, Merkur and TZ, which belong to Ippen, and the service information provider Munich.de. And our gut feeling was that the kind of answers, the quality of answers might change if we combine different content pools. And this really has happened, because when we fed the chatbot only with our content, we couldn't answer some of the questions. Although we have a lot of reporting. We have a lot of cultural reporting about the Oktoberfest. We have reporters on the ground. But you know, we're a public service broadcaster, and we don't do certain kinds of reporting. We don't do service context so much. But the private media houses do that, and the other partner we partnered with also do that. So with those content pools combined, we could first say, okay, guys out there, we know the kind of information that feeds that chatbot, so we can guarantee the information is good that is feeding the chatbot. It's trusted content. Plus, we could answer service questions that naturally come along with the Oktoberfest, like how do I get there? How much do I pay for XYZ? So this was just a field experiment. We did that for 3 weeks, and we had some user traffic on there. And now we are looking at the user traffic. We are also interested in, for example, how do users use this kind of chatbot in our products. But the real interest for me was, if you combine different content pools, does it really get better? And do you have a business case in there for different media houses? And you do. And this is the step we want to use to go further down the road, because this might be a complementary offer to all the people out there using ChatGPT. I don't know, if we can do a news offer with this kind of content, and if we can say, guys, the information that is beyond this offer is really trusted, then we still have the hallucination problem with LLMs. This doesn't vanish, to be honest. So this is still a problem, of course. The information still has to be checked, but the information being fed into this kind of machine is true. And this is what we can do as media houses, and I think this might be a very interesting point for collaboration also between the media industry, because everyone talks about collaboration, but I don't see as much, to be honest.
Yeah, I think what stood out for me there is, we're a small newsroom, sort of, and we've been nimble about it. But how different has it been at your end, for example? Do you have a small team that works organization-wide building products, or do you have a large team, a very large team that works on multiple products at the same time? How does it work for a large organization like you?
We started off with a small team and a very nimble team. It's our AI lab. We founded it already 6 years ago. And this is a team that really works, let's say, before the wave. So we try to be very fast. And for the whole organization, as we are really a big organization, we have founded an internal network. And we have made a very good experience with that, because we try to get experts together within clusters. And those clusters tackle different problems. So we have one cluster, for example, for product development, one cluster for archives, one cluster for management and administration. So the project work really happens in those clusters. And then we have a steering unity. We are responsible for the steering unity, and we're doing the strategy. So where are we heading? We are doing the ethics around it. We're doing the guidelines. And this is how we work internally. And how do you do that in a smaller organization?
I think in a very similar way, again, what is important, I think, as a takeaway here is before the wave, the phrase that you used, because right now, as of yesterday, engineers at our end are already sort of on top of Toon. I don't know if you've already heard of Toon and the data format that is apparently more nimble than JSON and can be used to, is much more cheaper when it comes to LLM-based processing, right? So finding these, these things to stay ahead of the wave is, I think, you just have to do it, right? And there are no real, prescriptive tips of, what to go looking for or whom to follow, or, I think the previous panel also mentioned curiosity as one of the, and I think that, bringing back to, I think both of our teams, curiosity for what is this ahead of the wave and what does it look like, I think that is definitely the solution.
And how cautious are you? Because people usually sit on panels and say, okay, we're doing slowly, we're only beta testing, we are very, very cautious, but you seem to go around that differently, right?
We're cautiously optimistic, let's say that. Because, so my work over the last about 18 months has been adding as much caution to this as possible. So we've created a directory of liquid content, which is again very, very deterministic about when journalism moves from one form to the other, what does fidelity look like within those forms, right? And that requires sort of engineering caution at the very start and at every step. The other bit of my work is looking at how journalistic data can be structured as well as retroactively structured so that you're able to capture the journalistic nuances that we as journalists add very intuitively. Now, things like, words like likely, allegedly, reportedly, these get stripped away when content moves from one form to the other. And this is sort of tried and tested and is documented quite heavily right now. Things like temporality. So for us, it's very intuitive to say this thing happened on Monday, or last week the governor said this, or whatever else, right? And these, when you put these, when an LLM sort of ingests them, scripts them, and uses them as outputs, all of these extras that we consider very essential get scraped away and sort of, they don't appear in the. So a lot of my work has been bringing back these things into, and both of these directories, both of the schema that I developed, the directory are both open source, you can look at it. But a lot of this means that we've incorporated this within the, within the features and the products that we're building within Scroll. So caution is sort of at the height of it.
Okay.
What about you? How are you dealing with, how are you dealing with some of these very sticky problems of, guardrails? And, again, you're working with form to form as well.
Well, the question on the panel before was, I guess, the question from the audience. Do we really have journalists reading guidelines? No.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't. But you need those guidelines nevertheless, because you have to have some ground truth, right? So those guidelines are important, but you need to have formats where people can ask questions, where you can talk about those guidelines, because the very practical questions people have are different from day to day. So what we do is we invented some formats where people just can come to with their questions and also their products, where we have legal people and AI experts answering their questions one-to-one. And we are also putting all the guidelines into one of our internal LLMs, so people can also use a chatbot to ask questions. But I guess that's not enough. You still need people you can just talk to. And we also have an AI board, and it's an interdisciplinary group. We're meeting every week, and you can also address this board. So if you have an edge case you want to discuss, then you can address the board. And you can also come to one of those workshops that happen every few weeks, and you can talk to a community of practice. And like that, we slowly try to raise the AI literacy within the newsroom. I guess that's the best thing you can do. And the guidelines, no one will read it.
Yeah, should we open it up? Does anyone have questions? Okay.
Hi, sorry. I head innovation and new initiatives at an Indian fact checker. Sanuta knows me. My name is Venkatesh. My question is, what failures have you had? Because we're talking about newsroom as a lab. So what failures have you had, and have those failures taught you anything?
All the time, I would say. Like, we're failing forward. Well, as we're a big organization, you never reach everyone, and you will have everyday people calling you and say, okay, what rubbish did you decide here and there, because it doesn't fit to my day-to-day life, it doesn't fit to newsroom life. And these are the most useful conversations we have, because it makes us adapt the strategy and also the guidelines no one reads to the newsroom day-to-day life. And the thing is, everyone says that people should just take some time to learn within newsrooms. But the truth is, people are really busy in a newsroom. So they're doing already their best. They are really trying to learn. But if you have 10 hours to work, then you have family life. When exactly should you do that? So the answer is, the newsrooms should pay for the people to really sit down and learn. And this is so simple. It's about money. It's about resources. It's about giving people freedom to learn. And this is what they tell us, that they really are eager to learn, but they don't have the time to learn. And then they don't have the time to implement it within their workflows, because AI is nice, but usually the workflows are broken. And you have to look at the workflows first. And what my dream would be is to have an internal task force for each department, like for the administration, for the newsrooms, for the strategy departments, that are looking at the workflows and really inventing new workflows. And then we can talk about AI, because AI is just at the top. It's just nothing. I know you all know that, but it's what people tell us back, like, okay, we have a nice AI assistant right now, but I still need to copy-paste the music I used in my documentary in an Excel sheet, and then I have to mail it back to 3 different people. Like, okay, AI is nice, but usually workflows are the problem. But what about you?
Yeah, I think so over-optimization has been a huge sort of failure for us, because both the engineer that works on our products and we are a little over-enthusiastic about everything. So sometimes what happens is, you build a lot of these things with a lot of enthusiasm. So one of the examples was when everybody, this was back in 2022, when everybody was sort of experimenting with headline optimization and headline suggestions. And so we took so we have about 500,000 articles at Scroll. We're an 11-year-old company. So we took all the headlines that we had ever written, put it onto a model and said, find patterns for us. And there were obvious patterns. And then we took it to our editorial team and we said, look at this fabulous thing we've built. You're able to look for patterns, and we don't really have to really think about headlines anymore and all of that. And our editors hated it. And why they hated it is because they said, there's no real opportunity for anything new. Now, the patterns did show us that, we of course start, our headlines always have a question. We start with a why or a how, but still leaving that room for, a little bit of newness is something they wanted, and they didn't want to be prompted with these headlines, which then completely eliminates that. So that was one over-optimization. The other really interesting thing we did when we were building our text-to-video tool was we spent, I think, 3 months on, and again, the technology was fairly new at the time, but we've spent about 3 months on getting the wave to lip right, because the body was static, but just the mouth would move, right? And our engineers sort of really put all their heart and soul into how do you get the mouth to move properly according to the word. And especially when you talk about Indian languages, these are, they get elevated, these problems. And then, we put it out, we did all that, we over-optimized, we put it out in front of our viewers on Instagram, and they hated it. They said, what is this rubbish? Like, why is Scroll doing something like this? And why do we, why do you need a, AI avatar to, tell us the news? Just do it like you always have. So I think over-optimization is a huge failure, I would say. And I'm not, cautiously optimistic is what I would suggest that one is.
We have to be quicker because we have 1 minute left and so many questions.
Hello.
I love the way you're using tools, by the way. Some of the engineers in my team are contributing to us. The question I have is, what is your ask to the LLM providers, for example? If there's one thing they could do better and differently to make your lives easier, at the moment you're putting band-aids on the problem space they have, right? So what is the ask? The one thing you'd ask for them to solve?
That's very easy. Keeping their older models alive, because it makes so much work to change the models.
Yeah, just talk to us, have a real open discussion, and not just with your small partnership teams, but really, because we're a huge sort of part of the knowledge ecosystem, right? I say this a lot, that we are the one source which is sort of verified information that is grounded in people, places, and events, right? You're providing that as a service to the information ecosystem. And we need to be having a deeper conversation.
Okay, I guess we have to break, but I guess there's a lot of coffees we can have today.
Thanks very much.
Thank you all. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Sanita. Thank you all for your fascinating questions as well. There's coffee outside. 15 minutes is the break, but everything else happens back in this room. So no simultaneous sessions after this, especially for those of you who are interested in how small newsrooms are working. The next session is going to be of interest to all of you. So see you soon in 15 minutes. right? I did the right. Yeah.
The possibilities of AI are just endless. If you can dream it, you can do it with a little help from AI. Local news. The possibilities of AI are just endless. If you can dream it, you
newsrooms in New York, and very sexy reverb there. Around the table were some fantastic people, many of whom we're still in touch with and working with, and they were from big beast media organizations. You know, Bloomberg, New York Times, the BBC, and so on. And I think one of the great transformations, partly wrought by generative AI, has been, if you like, the opening up of these technologies to a much greater range of news organizations and indeed individual journalists. And one of the things I'm very proud of the way, working with Google on this project, that we have kept in touch with all those big beasts. We saw some of them perhaps at the first session talking about how they're using AI, but we've quite deliberately tried to spread out and focus our research, but also our program work with, let's call it, smaller newsrooms. And that has been a voyage of discovery, partly because of the exciting way that they're using this technology, but also because I'm very convinced that, especially when you take a more global perspective, that some of the best things, some of the most committed journalism is being done by smaller newsrooms against all odds. Those kind of more grassroots, those more perhaps niche, those more focused, mission-driven news organizations. And it's been a fantastic, as I say, voyage of discovery to see how they might use some of these technologies to support their work and to support their mission. And if you've just been at the previous lightning talks, you'll have heard about the brilliant work that they're doing. And we've been very lucky that we've been supporting them to do that, to help them turn those ideas into reality. And they're very, very inspirational. So I'm very, very proud of the Innovation Challenge that has focused on that. And indeed, our whole program was perhaps reorientated more towards that. So you're going to hear about that from my fantastic colleague, Lakshmi, who's one of our senior program officers. So over to you, Lakshmi. Thank you.
So hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me, because earlier, okay. Let me just put up the slide. Okay, so how many of you here represent a small newsroom or work for one? 1, 2, okay, quite a number of you. So I hope this session is interesting for you, but more so for everybody else who doesn't have a sense of what exactly small newsrooms go through when they start on their AI journeys. So essentially, this is going to be lessons from the Journalism AI Innovation Challenge, which we launched last year, supported by the Google News Initiative. So I'm going to skip over the overview and talk to you about some of the unique obstacles that small newsrooms face. So this is something that we learned over the years. We launched a report in 2019, and we launched a report in 2023. And one of the big trends from that was there was a large disparity between legacy and small newsrooms when it comes to using artificial intelligence. And some of the biggest obstacles that most of these newsrooms faced were obviously very tight budgets. And from that, they faced resource constraints, capacity constraints, and also lacked technical expertise because of the budgets and all of that put together. The people working in the small newsrooms, am I getting this right? Yes, 100%, okay, perfect. So we thought to ourselves, how can we empower small newsrooms to take the next step? Move from knowledge, which for those of you who don't know, we have a lot of training programs on responsible AI. So how do they move from that knowledge which they've gained from those programs to practice and actually putting it into action? And with that, we launched the Journalism AI Innovation Challenge, again, supported by the Google News Initiative. And in this, we selected 35 newsrooms from a pool of about 700 applications spread across 22 countries who worked over 9 months to use AI on different thematic areas and to develop different types of solutions. So they were given grants of $250,000 or $50,000 USD to be able to help them, get the leg up and experiment. Some of the themes that they worked on included new formats to engage new and existing audiences, ways to grow subscription and revenues, and also fighting mis and disinformation. So what did they work on? While these categories that I mentioned just now, the 3 categories were the main categories that they worked on, or the ones that they applied with, what came next was actually, oh, I don't know why I did this. I didn't think this through. But actually, they worked on chatbots for public engagement and knowledge sharing. They worked on projects related to disinformation tracking, audience engagement, content repurposing, content matching, credibility and misinformation detection, improving newsroom workflows, and much, much more. So I'll get into 2 case studies that we have from the 35 newsrooms that took part in the Innovation Challenge. Not favorites, but not that they're not favorites either, but we just picked up that, we just made sure that we picked 2 case studies at random that some of you may, some of which may resonate with you. So the first one is, of course, Daily Maverick from South Africa. They have a staff count of 51 to 100 people in their newsroom, or somewhere thereabouts. So as you can see, a small to medium-sized newsroom. And their challenge was how to boost their voluntary membership subscriptions. As Fran Waiton, who we spoke to, the head of growth of Daily Maverick, told us, we saw that often our messaging was so emotional that by the time the readers got to our standard landing page, something didn't resonate with them, and they failed to complete the sign-up. So I think this is something that's true of both larger newsrooms as well as smaller newsrooms, but more so for the Daily Maverick. So they decided that they would focus on 3 aspects of the membership funnel: acquisition, engagement, and retention, with a holistic approach as opposed to just looking at acquisition or just putting all of their focus on one of the different aspects. So they devised a tool called Revenue 360, and I know that Alat is here from Daily Maverick, so if I'm getting any of this wrong, please don't kill me. Revenue 360, which one optimizes their landing page, so acquisition. What they did for this was they embedded heat maps within their landing page, and they found that about 75% of the people didn't go below the fold. So they knew that they needed to target their messaging and be more specific and dynamic as opposed to giving a one-size-fits-all approach. Second, they wanted to focus on engagement. So they created the Daily Maverick Connect platform, which as I understand is an internal platform, internal to their community members. And this is more like a social media platform where they get to engage with each other and ask questions to, I also think, the reporters as well. And then finally, they also came up with the impact tracking engine called Impact Engine, which looks at Hansard or the parliamentary register and sees whether Daily Maverick stories have made an impact on the Hansard register, on the parliamentary proceedings. So some of the lessons that Fran said they learned from this was that AI can help fast-track project development to a great deal. There's also a great deal of value working in an interdisciplinary team, which is something that we encouraged all participants of the Innovation Challenge to do, not to just work in editorial or not to just hire a technical person, but to collaborate and work across silos. Additionally, it gave them additional boots on the ground because they were able to do more with the help of AI. The next case is that of the European correspondent, and I know Philippe is also here. I don't know if he's in this room right now, but he's in this vicinity. And the European correspondent is an organization from Switzerland with about 10 to 20 staff members and then more independent journalists who join them as well. So relatively smaller size newsroom compared to the Daily Maverick. And their challenge was how to maximize resources and provide feedback to journalists pan-Europe. So as Philippe was talking to me about, he was saying that why should someone from Estonia need to know about what's happening in Portugal? How do you tell a story from Norway that is important for someone from Italy? We don't have many resources in terms of editors to manage that many stories, so a lot of times you have to do the work on your own. Now for the small newsroom like the European correspondent, which is punching above its weight, that does mean a lot more work. So they decided that they could try AI for a small portion of that work. So they devised Vika, the companion editor, based on AI, and it increases the amount of conscious decisions journalists make. So it works alongside the CMS of the European correspondent, and it suggests comments and edits to reporters' drafts. It checks for adherence to style, tone, and also listens to its internal audience needs model. And by it, I mean the European correspondents. It also works on a two-layer prioritization system, which means that instead of showing only typos or minor errors right at the top, the system first shows structural errors to a journalist and then suggests typos and other errors. So the lessons learned from the European correspondent was very, very specific. Limit and focus how you apply AI to your use cases. Always start with a problem, and you may have ambition to go beyond that. You may have many features that you want to implement, but the best approach is always to focus on one specific use case and then limit the use of AI to that. So the impact so far. It has fast-tracked AI development and adoption across the 35 newsrooms. So this is from some feedback that we received. It helped overcome a can't-be-done mindset. So this is what one of the grantees told us. As a small news organization, many people think that so many things can't be done just because you don't have the capacity, just because you don't have the resources or the funding. But with the help of AI, they were able to overcome this can't-be-done mindset. It also improved newsroom-wide AI literacy and understanding, and this was, I think, to almost all the newsrooms. It helped people understand AI better and not fear it as much as if they had not implemented an AI tool. Finally, it broke newsroom silos, and I'm almost getting to the end of my slides. It also had key external impacts, which was, key external impacts, which was that it helped them serve their communities better, it helped them launch a new product and service, or it helped them enhance existing product offerings. By the end of the grant period, 96% had a working prototype or tool, 70% had internal workflows that were improved greatly, 70% saw better AI literacy outcomes within their teams, and 39% reached new audiences. So I know I breezed through that, so I would like to invite you all to look at our report, AI and the Newsroom Next Door, which actually chronicles the journey and the learnings from all of these 35 newsrooms. And you can find it on that link, which I haven't, again. Yeah, that link there. And now I would like to invite on stage Matt Cook, Head of Ecosystem Investments, Global News Programs, Google.
Much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, a big thank you to everyone at JournalismAI for putting on this event today. It's great. One of my earlier takeaways is how international it feels in here. In the next door room, there's a presentation from Nigeria and the Philippines. And also, I know that there are 220 people watching on the YouTube live stream right now. So hello to those people as well. I've been involved, and so have others at Google, with JournalismAI since the start of this work back in 2018. It's a long-running partnership, an ongoing effort to strengthen AI literacy and support news publishers, both large and small, to explore new and emerging AI technologies. A little over a year ago, in early 2024, we came to the very busy, mighty team at JournalismAI with the concept of this innovation challenge, opening up grants specifically to help small and medium-sized newsrooms to experiment, prototype, and test their ideas. As you've heard, the 35 grantees selected by a panel independently devised by JournalismAI have all spent time and energy to innovate and open up their work for others to learn from as well, which is, of course, a really important part of it. We're really genuinely grateful for this spirit of innovation and the shared best practices. That's why today we can share some news that we've decided to continue to build on this work. And working with JournalismAI, again, we can announce the opening of a new innovation challenge for 2025. A new fund, this time a focused opportunity for small and medium-sized news publishers who will use AI technologies to specifically enhance and improve audience intelligence and revenue growth. The team at JournalismAI will be running a workshop at this very festival, maybe today or tomorrow, to share more information about this new fund eligibility and timelines and so on. But again, to be clear, they'll be running the show in terms of adjudications and all the rest of it. We hope this next innovation challenge funded by the Google News Initiative will build on the success of the 2024 challenge and continue to promote experimentation, understanding and best practices to the ecosystem. But today we did want to take a moment to thank and congratulate again all of the 2024 grantees, those 35 news organisations and publishers, and celebrate some of their stories. So we have a special video which we'll play in a second, but this just showcases just 3 examples of the grantees. Those include the Oglethorpe Echo in the United States, the Daily Maverick in South Africa, and Scroll.in in India. So enough from me, let's hear from them instead.
You can do it with a little help from AI.
Local news gives people a sense that they belong somewhere, and they know who their neighbors are, and they feel connected to a place. So we're trying to fill that gap for the people of Oglethorpe County.
In many ways, South Africa is a country of contrast. We view our role as a defender of democracy, and we need to help people navigate this world and this context.
You have 24 hours in a day. You're bombarded with information from every side. How do we make sure that for the same user, we're able to deliver multiple experiences based on what they want in that moment?
Despite all the pressures on journalism in the world today, you've still got thousands of people in our network who are so purposeful about their journalism. And when they look at AI, they don't look at it as a technology in itself. They look at it as something that can enable them to continue with that mission.
With the support of Google, we've been able to bring together 35 publishers from 22 countries to experiment and work on new AI tools that will solve problems within their specific newsrooms and their respective regions.
Factivo is a multimodal versioning platform, and multimodal means you're able to do it not only on text, but you're also able to do it on audio, you're able to do it on video. It's able to map a particular news story for a decision that you want to make in the moment. We did a lot of prototyping with the Gemini models, and we've used NotebookLM to really examine what form-to-form fidelity looks like.
We have 400 journalism majors at the University of Georgia. We knew we could grab a class of them and dedicate them to covering this county. Each group of students serves for 4 months, and so we have to help them learn as much as they can, as quick as they can to jump in. They can use the AI tool at the very beginning when they're kind of originally setting up their understanding of the county and of their beat, but then they're also using it whenever they pitch a story. Like, who would be good to talk to about this? It allowed them to hit the ground running, spending more time in the county, creating more videos, interviewing one more person.
The goal of the Rev 360 project was really to address all 3 stages of the funnel to be able to grow our membership community. We have dreamt about creating these tools for a long time, but without the possibility of AI supporting us in building some of these tools, we would never have dared to even go there. We immediately saw a 100% increase in the conversion rate of our landing page. Our community forum, Daily Maverick Connect, now has just over 1,000 members.
A lot of the most interesting work, especially the public service journalism, is being done at the lower grassroots level by these innovative, smaller organizations. They are the future. And the important thing is not just the impact that it will have on their work, but the kind of example they're setting.
There has been so much progress when it comes to how advanced some newsrooms are when it comes to implementation of AI within their contexts. It's very hopeful.
There are a lot of challenges right now, but there are also so many opportunities. And so I think what we need to do is marshal all of those resources and ideas for good to serve and inform communities.
I think the mic will need to be turned on again.
It's on.
It's on? Okay. So everybody, thanks for listening in on this session. As Matt was saying, we do have a Q&A and a small workshop that we're conducting that's on the Innovation Challenge tomorrow at 9 a.m. So if you're interested, be here really early for that. And now we have a small networking session with tea and coffee. It gets over at 12 p.m. So see you all back in the two sessions, sorry. There are two sessions happening. One is in the Smile Suite and one is in the Illuminate Suite, which is where we are at right now. When to build your own AI versus when to buy, which will be happening here. And a workshop on how to build products journalists love to use, which will be in the Smile Suite. But for now, it's a networking and tea and coffee, so take care.
Hello.
All good? Thank you so much. Should I?
Let's start. Welcome back to the sessions. For those who don't know, my name is Charlie Beckett. I'm director of the JournalismAI project. And this session is going to get a bit more granular, looking at whether you buy or build your AI tools and systems. But we're going to go beyond that, of course, to look more generally at what is actually happening in newsrooms, what's working and what isn't working. And I know I've got lots of expertise in this room, apart from on the platform, so please chip in with thoughts or questions as well. And also for those online, again, please put your questions or your comments into the chat, and we'll try and feed some of those with my colleague Zena, who's monitoring that, and we'll try and feed some of that into the conversation as well. I'm very pleased to have two good friends of the project, two people who have been at the sharp end of using AI in newsrooms. Jodie Doherty-Cove, who's head of AI at the British NewsQuest media group, and Astrid Meyer, who is the deputy editor-in-chief of, let me get this right, Deutsche Presseagentur.
Almost.
Almost. My late mother would be so cross because she was German. But anyway, two great people with us as well. So thank you very much for coming in. Start off with, yes, the question which seems so simple. Have you been building your own AI, or have you been buying it in, Astrid?
Yeah, so maybe what Deutsche Presseagentur is, we are a news agency, a little bit like the AP, but smaller, and we also have an international network from Moscow to Beijing and to Jerusalem. It always depends, because you said build or buy, what you are trying to achieve and what resources you have. And of course, we have built lots of stuff on our own. We have integrated lots of AI functionalities into our self-built content management system, like things that everybody has been doing, you know, like teasers and headlines, shorter forms and things like that. We have also been building lots of special GPTs and agents, and you can access them via your DPA ID, and then you can do things like, is this please help me find some other angles to the story, or please take this piece and transform it into a FAQ and things like that. And besides this, we have also decided to buy things, or to partner, I think would be the better term for that. And we can talk about why we did that.
On the build bit first, have you got some magnificent building packed full of technologists who are beavering away on R&D to create all these tools?
Well, actually, everything that I've just said is very low entry tech, and fortunately enough at DPA we have a lot of tech-savvy people, and we have built a so-called AI Pathfinders group. These are people from all departments, and they get together, like, I think every 2 weeks, and then they do deep dives into the newest models and in prompting and whatever, and then whatever they exchange there, they take back to their teams, and so that gets like disseminated in the organization. And those people have been building this kind of things, and we have also some coders who build the AI prompt library and things like that. But this is very low entry, and we didn't really need to call the IT department every day and to ask for some resources, which they of course love very much when we do that. And then there are some other cases where we said, okay, we need to be fast, we want to be fast, so time to market is our most important or leading KPI, and for that actually we decided to buy or to partner.
And so it's been, the use case has been sort of for your clients, but also
for ourselves.
But for yourself?
Yes.
Just for yourselves? Or?
Just for ourselves. And the one that we bought was for our clients. So DPA, of course, has a huge archive, and we have an only B2B business, no B2C, no end-user facing apps or websites or what have you. But our customers, they come to one website, and there they find our latest news and the archive and everything, and we wanted to do an upgrade for this, and for the first time in our history we wanted to charge people for that, because usually it came for free with the main wire service. And so we said, okay, if we are going to charge people, we need something that's really adding more value. And so we built a private RAG using all of our archive back to 2018, but also the current newsfeed. The database is being updated every 3 minutes with everything that we produce. And now this is a very simple or nice looking, it's not a bot, but you can interact with our archive asking questions like, I don't know, like something happens in the morning, you come in as a customer and you have to prepare for some topic that just happened. Maybe you're not so in that thing, and then you can ask questions, and instead of you get you only type one word, and then you get the link list with lots of links, and then you have to decide on your own which ones do I choose. The retrieval process is that it's always referenced, the summaries are referencing to the articles in our archive. You can see it very quickly, you get a fast summarization. And for me, when I use it, I think in the past I would have taken like 3 hours to prepare for a topic, and now I'm there in 3 minutes, so it's been really fast.
Right.
And to do that, we partnered with a startup out of Silicon Valley. It's called u.com, and we bought a license from them for the retrieval process. But I think it's important to say that it's not an off-the-shelf thing. We really partnered with them. We had to go through lots of ups and downs for them also to understand how our business works. And it's been quite a process. And yeah, so we said we have to be ready in 3 months.
Right.
Something that has never been done at DPA before. And we wanted to be fast in order to see, does this work? Is it useful? And is this way of shifting from pushing, that's what agencies do, and I think our customers also, pushing news out there to pull, so our customers can pull whatever they want to know. We wanted to know that very fast, and we did this proof of concept, and now we know that it's something that we will keep investing in.
I'll come to you in a second, but I just want to follow up on this. I thought that's fascinating. Firstly, that you've got this, quite, as you say, quite a shift in sort of mentality and strategy from this idea of an agency that just puts stuff out there and people can pull it off the shelf, to you actually having to, or not having to react, but the Gen AI allows people to extract. Has that raised any kind of editorial or issues like that?
Editorial, not so much, but of course from a business perspective, it's a completely new game. We are trained, and that's what we have been doing for 75 years, like selling a wire that is quite expensive, to be honest. And now we have to think about what does this shift mean for us in the future for our business model. Like, can we combine the pull with the push? Can we do special services? Is it a licensing model? Is it something else? That's something that really keeps us thinking a lot these days.
I mean, for me, it's something many years ago, I was in a newsroom. That sounds like an absolutely fantastic thing, that I can actually go to you and say, this is what I want to know or I need to know. Is it working? Is it successful? Is there an appetite for that?
Yeah, so for the private reg, then there is people inside our newsroom use it, and also our customers. It's still in a beta phase because it doesn't hallucinate. That's the good thing. Of course, probably it has hallucinated sometime, but we didn't see it. Right. And customers can write to us, and you can still give feedback with thumbs up, thumb down. You can call us if you find something. So the hallucinations haven't been the problem. Sometimes it's not accurate enough, and if you are the one who is really like the expert on this thing, then you know, oh, but I wrote on December the 12th, 2021 this article, and it's not in what the bot is giving me now. And so you have to train people also what to expect when using this thing. But it's been really accepted in the newsroom, and also very importantly with our customers. So people are actually buying, they're paying for the news service.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Jodie, you've been on a sort of slightly different trajectory, haven't you? You did this remarkable thing of literally saying, we're going to have those AI-powered reporters, and you set that up as a discrete, well, not discrete, but as a particular project, didn't you? So you, in a sense, worked from a sort of standing start.
Yeah, so Newsquest, for people who don't know who Newsquest are, we have about 160 local titles across the UK, including the world's oldest, longest continuously published newspaper, which is the Barrow-Worcester Journal. I think it was about 1700s.
That's right.
Reporting on the price of corn and
I didn't used to work there. Not then.
And around sort of late 2022, 2023, we started exploring large language models as a way of essentially storifying, drafting out versions of articles based on notes, because the sad reality is that the local newsrooms were quite small. But they still had the newspapers to produce, and so you had these highly qualified, experienced reporters, town and city centre offices, but they were stuck at their desk producing stuff for that newspaper. So we essentially had a tool that can draft out news stories from notes, and that could be, the local vicar sending in Mrs. Mavis winning the bridge competition, and then we could storify that information very, very quickly. And the way that we have implemented that tool has been by getting in AI-assisted reporters. So it's been a long process, going for sort of 2 years. And these AI-assisted reporters now can produce somewhere in the region of 600, 700, 800 stories this way. Always quite kind of routine, mundane, but important information, like the bridge winners for the competition. But that allows us to fill the back of newspapers quickly, and then ultimately free up the rest of the newsroom to focus on the high-impact stuff that goes on the front or the top of the website. When it comes to the question of building or buying, we've certainly been more on the building side of that. And the reason why was when we first started this, there wasn't anything to buy.
Right.
And I remember when we were building it, and I was trying to convince people to go along with this, Google had a project, I can't remember exactly what it was called, but it sounded very similar of take the notes, turn it into a news story as a kind of a drafter. And we could have made the decision now, all right, we'll wait and we'll buy that. But actually, that tool's not out there yet, and most of the work that's gone into that project has not been on the tool itself, but the implementation of the project.
Right.
So implementation meaning the AI-assisted reporters who could come in, trained using the tool, aware of all the different ways they could go wrong, but also implementation in terms of taking it as a holistic approach to the whole newsroom. That, okay, if you do have one reporter who can produce 600, 700 stories, then what does that mean for the other reporters? And what it means is that they now have to get out of the office, they need to go and make contacts, they can't be turning around press releases anymore, and as a result you have to change all of your onboarding, you have to change your messaging, you have to change your targets, and those are all things that we couldn't start implementing if we didn't build it ourselves. And the other major project that we have going on is around agent building. So we've done some interesting stuff with FOIs, information requests, we've done some other stuff as well, but that has come from, and that agent builder does not necessarily know all those different areas of business, but as you're saying about the GPTs, you can give people this technology. It's almost like democratizing the computer power, that anyone from any area of the business can come in and see how that applies to their area of work, and they present an agent builder or the product team with a fully made idea, fleshed out, that you know is going to be worthwhile. And we've got a nice pipeline to go and build those in a kind of more stable, practical environment. When it comes to buy, it would be essentially, can we start implementing quicker if we bought it? So if there was something that we were looking to do, a big change in the newsroom that we could see in the future, maybe liquid content or something, if we can start doing that now by buying that, then we can start implementing it sooner. So it's been...
Tell me about there's 2 steps really. First of all, go back and tell me what it's like to be that person turning out 600 stories, not a day, but somebody doing that. What's that process like for them? And then we'll come back to what the kind of, the agents that you've been building.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of the AI-assisted reporters, over, when we first started, around 300, 400, and actually there's been just over the last year, as we've implemented new pieces inside the tech itself, getting quicker. You might look at that and say that's the most boring job ever.
Yeah.
Who would want to do that? But what we have seen, and that was kind of the message from in the company when we first started. But what we have seen is that actually there are types of people, who like the idea of working within news, but don't like the idea of picking up the phone. Don't like the idea of going and doing a death knock or something like that.
Yeah.
But like being involved in news. I think it's kind of like it's sometimes a bit of a personality thing potentially. And we have seen people from in those more kind of traditional roles move over into the AI roles, despite the fact they know that they're going to have to produce 600 stories a day. They know they're not going to be out on the phones. They know they're not going to be doing death knocks because they didn't like doing any of that anyway. What we have seen is that more people obviously coming over to those AI roles, as we start to change the face of what those traditional roles look like. Because if we go back, when I joined, so I was an apprentice back in 2018.
Right.
When I joined, it was very much, turn out as kind of much stuff as possible. You've got newspaper things to do. And now it's very much, we want you making contacts. We want you out on patch. If we go to the Oxford Mail, one of our titles, they've changed the onboarding so that when you're just out of your NCTJ or just from uni and you come into the newsroom, prior you would have to go and turn around some press releases in the corner. But we don't need that anymore because the AI assisted reporters are doing that. So their onboarding is now something called Oxford Bingo, where they have to go out and see areas of Oxford and speak to a counsellor and get a story in different ways. And some people like that, some people don't like that, but there's options.
Yeah.
If you do, you go that route, and if you don't, you can come into the AI team.
And with the agents, it's interesting, having spoken to a couple of your AI-assisted people, that they seem to be interested in that aspect of building those additional tools.
Exactly. It comes back to the question of, why would anyone want to do that role? Well, when we first started, I was on a lot of the job interviews, and that would be the question. There's a lot of traditional roles out. Why did you apply for the AI-assisted role? And everyone's like, well, the AI is going to be the future. I want to kind of be involved in that. And so as part of our commitment to those reporters, we have dedicated time where we give them enterprise access to GPT. They can go out and build their custom GPTs, find different ways that it works, and essentially kind of build their knowledge in how to build these tools. And that's been remarkable. I mean, we have a freedom of information bot that helps us submit freedom of information requests. And that came from, just a kind of an AI-assisted reporter coming up with the idea and building it themselves. Tell us about how that's worked. You had one notable success, didn't you? Well, I think we're now up to about 12 front pages from that now. So essentially, freedom of information requests. You're there. You've got a good idea. You need to submit it, but who am I going to submit it to? I need to now go and find that email, and then I've got to go and send that email with all the correct legalese. So we essentially gone and got a database of all of the emails, and then a journalist will come and say, I don't know, how many bins weren't collected in Brighton last week? The bot will respond, that's one for Brighton Hove City Council. Here's the email. This is the draft, and it will draft out freedom of information. And then they can just say, yeah, send it, and it will send it on behalf of their account. And then obviously the response comes back into that. And what we found is that we have like a weekly email, and then we just put on good FOIs, and then reporters can go and use that bot. So it's just a link to the bot. And I think the best one we've had was councillors not paying their council tax. Right. So the bot, this Freedy bot, runs off, obviously, of the reporters entering it themselves, or asking for that question, and it runs off and it goes in the emails, all of the authorities that the reporters were asked for, and it came back, and we did find someone. So, someone who owed sort of £4,500, and they're sitting in the council, and they've done it for a couple of years. So it's a great, but the really important thing about that freedom of information is that if you think about what the response is, okay, you've got one line there, this person has not paid their council tax. But when that goes and becomes a front page story, it might be the top line, but actually you've got another 400 words, which is the reporter, asking that councillor, well, why didn't you pay that council tax? Going to the opposition, they should be resigning over this and all that. So it's a perfect combination of where AI can speed you up in a very particular aspect of the journalism role, but ultimately, it still has all of that journalism around it. And again, on freedom of information, we've also been using forms of deep research to help build research packs for journalists to help challenge FOI refusals as well, which has been exceptionally powerful, and we've had 2 wins in that regard as well. Cool. Has there been a change in your newsrooms, as it were, in a similar way that are you shifting the sort of labour that people are doing because of the tools that you've got now?
We are thinking along those lines also to create new roles in the newsroom, but we aren't there yet. But what we can see is, of course, that, as you just described, people are now much more efficient taking their original reporting and then doing many more things with it than they were able in the past. So, for example, right now we are working on a system that will be able. We produce 300 to 500 pieces of information per day, and it's mostly written. We also have an audio department, and we have video and pictures, of course, but the text is like still the heavy format that we have. And this system will be able to create verticals for customers and personalize them. And it will be AI voices doing little news streams, right? And that's actually quite interesting because people in the beginning, they were kind of against it. They thought that might lead in the end to people in the audio department losing their job, and we really had to explain a lot that no, this is a completely new kind of thing. It's we are taking the things that you put out, and now we can do many things with it. It's not only going to live as a text in the newspaper, or on the website, or in the app. It's going to be an audio and many other things. And that's been quite a journey. We have had some resistance, but now I think we're there where people realize, oh, I'm saving so much money, and the things that I can do, I can really increase my output. But for us, we have this rule right now, we are not gathering information from outside. So the piece that you take to transcribe it with AI, with the help of AI, always needs to be done by yourself or by an DPA reporter, and it needs to be fact-checked and everything.
On the work, when you did work with a partner, it wasn't just buying in, but you were working with an outside partner. What was you sort of hinted at this, you sort of said that they had to adjust to yours. How did that process work?
Yeah, well, we had from the very beginning a very small team, and we had a joint Slack channel. They flew in from California to Hamburg, I think within 3 days after signing the contract. They talked to our IT guys, and then they really worked this step by step out. And then when it was already like running and we could take people from inside our newsroom to test it, we could see what's working and what's not working. For example, I will never forget that day. It was already quite advanced. We were about to go beta, and then the new Pope got elected.
Right.
And I knew that we had pieces on the new Pope because we were prepared for different kind of popes, but we had the right one too. And that's the typical problem when you ask ChatGPT, or Perplexity doesn't know which Pope you are referring to, and then it's always the old one. And I knew that we have the right one in the system, so I asked who is the new Pope, and it gave me the old one. And it was Sunday, and I was on my couch. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to kill this machine. How can that happen? And so then we texted them, and the next day we found out we gave out a so-called flash. It's even more than breaking news, and I think we've only given out 75 flashes since our existence. And the flash is only the headline. The body text was empty. And so the machine thought, oh, if the body text is empty, it must not be important. So it prioritized it down instead of really prioritizing. And those were those kind of things that we learned on the go and together. Or when a model gets an update, and then you wake up in the next morning and nothing works anymore. So we really had to create sandboxing and everything else. And now we have a very good system in place that most errors don't occur. But of course, if someone wants to jailbreak the system, they will always be able to. But that's something that we have to live even with the big service providers.
Because I mean, when I talk to news organisations that have done what you've done, they say it's a kind of interesting conversation in the sense that the technologists want the beautiful thing to work beautifully, but sometimes they bring insights. They say, well, look, you could do these other things that you hadn't thought about. Conversely, there's getting the Pope wrong, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you like to do more of? Do you think you're going to be buying in more or partnering more in the future?
I think so, as we look to diversify.
What do you mean by diversify?
Well, most of the work that we've done so far has been around the production of news articles. But actually, if we take the discovery, production, distribution, there's so many opportunities in discovery, so many opportunities in distribution, and we can't be masters of it all because we're not tech companies. There's lots of interesting partners, and we're starting to, I don't think you can drop names of people, but there's a really great node-based editing called N8N, which you can use, and so we're buying that. But that's kind of facilitating the rest of our build. But I think on sort of distribution, there's people who've been doing this forms of distribution, whether it's AI or not, for many years, and to think that we can, as a publisher, come into that space and do it better. We might have good ideas and we can work, partner, but maybe we're not the best people to do. And then if you think on the discovery side, most of the discovery side comes from either linking up with proper APIs, which I guess is easy enough to do, or different forms of web scraping. But if you look at what's happening in web scraping, is the web scrapers are getting much smarter, and then places like Cloudflare are getting much better at blocking the web scrapers. So do you then get involved in that fight as a publisher and think, okay, we're going to invest loads of time in an arms race over web scraping, or do we buy a platform to help us do that in a good way and make sure it's all compliant and things? So I think there's lots of questions around that, but we have to be really wary about where we have our worth in that.
Right.
And I'll give you an example, is that we have help within our CMS that essentially you write your news article, and then this thing with our CMS called Martini, and we've got Martina,
right,
who I guess the most similar thing would be something like Clippy. It would pop up and say,
right,
I see you're writing a news article, can I help you out with some headlines? And she'll pop up, and then to offer headline, social sell, tagging suggestions, all sorts of things. But what goes into that headline suggestion? Do we get a tech, company, a third party, to come up with what they think is a good headline? Or can we be smarter? Can we fine-tune it with our own data? Can we build in our own editorial expertise in there?
Well, I'd have thought, especially as a local titles, you want to have it relevant to Oxford or Bolton or whatever. Is that possible?
Yeah. So something like supervised fine-tuning, you essentially could use tens of thousands of headlines that are correct and have worked. Maybe they're good for search, maybe they're good for social, but have been vetted and approved by the editors who work there locally. And then you essentially use that to fine-tune a base model, which then, without you telling it that, actually, this football club's nickname is this, it begins to pick those kind of things up, those kind of nuances. And I think we have to be really careful, because when we're giving over that kind of thing in the CMS, the number one question from editors is, well, how do we know if this is any good? And what happens if I don't like what it is? What's the recourse for that? So we've set up little individual groups within the company, and having that ownership of just that little part over the suggestions on the headlines is really important. And I don't think we could buy that, because we wouldn't have the same amount of influence on it.
Yeah,
and
that's really
it also increases acceptance in the newsroom. Because everything we do, we always test it out with our own newsroom. We start with a very small team, and then we get lots of criticism and what's not working and all these things. And then we fine-tune it, we adapt it to their needs, and then we open it up to a bigger panel. And only when we see, okay, this has hit acceptance in the newsroom, then we would deploy it to everyone.
And you mentioned your, what's it called, Pathways?
Yeah, the Pathfinders.
Pathfinders, which probably sounds great in German.
KI Lotsen, do you want me to say it?
Exactly. I just wondered if there's is it people coming to you trying to sell you kit, or are you starting to get a sense from within the newsroom about what they would like to have?
I think it's both, and we have a good sense of what people would like, and it's always a trade-off, like where are we moving to and what kind of resources do we have. There are lots of people who try to sell us things every day, and I think one of the biggest challenges right now is that AI is moving so fast, and if we really always want to build everything on our own, we will lose out, because once we have nailed it, the whole world has shifted to something else, and then we're like, actually we don't need that. And so that's why we have said, okay, if we really want to test out a hypothesis, and if there is a partner like a startup, because they have like a dedicated team that's doing nothing else than really trying to solve this problem, whereas we would have like maybe one person who would have 20% of their time to work on that problem, we would always try to partner to find out, is the hypothesis that we have, is it right or wrong? And if it's right, then we have to think again, will that be a core competency for us? What does that mean? Do we shift resources to that, or maybe not? And I think even for bigger organizations, like I understand yours is also very big, ours has been around for 75 years, this is really making us so much faster, because if we build it on our own, we won't be done in 3 years, I think.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Excellent. I would like to throw it out to the audience here to any questions. Have we got anything online yet? Not yet. Okay, well, let me know if you do. One here, please, and one here as well. Let's take one at a time to start with. Then
hello, my name is Wafa Al-Badri. I'm a founder of AI Human Story, and I worked in German media, in a traditional media house for almost over 10 years. And I have lived the era where German media houses were resisting distributing news on social media. And I was wondering, I'm very fascinated how in the morning we saw Bayerischer Rundfunk and now DPA. I'm very fascinated how the German media houses are moving very fast with AI. But I was wondering about two things: how journalists in the newsroom are perceiving these changes, and how are you dealing with the kind of limited regulatory environment in Germany? And did you face any problems when you were adapting a new tool that is coming from Silicon Valley? Because I know the EU is a bit restrictive on that.
Yeah, I was also thinking a lot about why the Germans or the European are quite fast with AI, and I think it's because it promises so much efficiency gains, and that's what we Germans are very good at. So. And I think we have to be careful not to miss out the innovation opportunity, because I think that's where the magic really lies. And yeah, I think you always will have people who are resistant to tech and to new things, and then you have some people who are always like forerunners and early adopters, and then you have everybody in between. And as in management, you have really to make sure that the people in between are also like going with you, and you will always have people being left behind. But working in a news agency, what we have always been doing is like producing structured data, so there's not so much resistance. I think you have very hard conversations now when you talk to people who like to write nice articles, and all of a sudden you tell them, well, you know, in the future we only need your data points, and then the AI will make the article or whatever. We don't have those kind of conversations, and but that's because we have a different DNA. And the regulatory, yeah, it's a huge internal conflict also that we have. We always fight, so to say, with our internal security team, because they never let us use anything. So then we have to and we escalate it to the CEO, and and we start crying and say, we cannot build this. And then in the end, sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. And with this case, with the private reg, the data sits on our side, but yes, it's a Silicon Valley company, and we have to think in the future, what does that really mean for us?
Yeah, really good question. Thank you.
Your answer. Hi, I'm Erica from NPR in the US. And actually, your answer segued to my question really well, so thanks for that. Which is that, how are you, I think one thing that's been challenging is figuring out how to experiment quickly with having to get through like legal and security reviews and making sure that we're not accepting terms on behalf of the company that then cause problems, and then not wanting to like tell people to go use tools on their own personal accounts, which also creates problems. And so like even being able to figure out which tools you want to pursue the right long-term agreement with in a way that's safe and secure, and how you've been like balancing that, I guess, is my question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
for both of you.
I have outsourced that problem to some other guy.
I'm that guy.
No, really, it's a very complicated process, and yeah, and he is now trying to really build the process from new and to be more like faster, more agile, but we will always hit that roadblock, you know. And so one of the things that we are now thinking of is that if we partner in the future, we would look for German startups, and that would make lots of things easier. And there are a lot of German startups that are very good in the AI space. But yeah, there's not a one-size-fits-all answer to that, I'm afraid.
I would add, one of the things that we've tried to do at NewsQuest is essentially we have to go through those processes. So you have to, if you're going to be doing this, do the privacy threshold agreement, and obviously it's AI, high risk, it then goes through the DPIA, and that takes a considerable amount of time for both the people who are trying to implement the tool and also people on the infrastructure side. And when we first started, we were throwing everything through that process. And it was an absolute nightmare, because actually what that did was create a bottleneck for the ideas that were generally had some really good demonstrable merit. We're getting caught up in the ones that were just purely speculative. So that's why I go back to the point of the democratization of computer power, because if you're building things like custom GPTs, you can do that within an enterprise environment that you can make sure all your connectors, that maybe it might go to your emails or different data, and then people can go and create these tools, and then the tools that they create, the custom GPTs, the agents that they create, are ready-made ideas of which you can judge the merit on before you go to the PTA and DPA, and that helps you prioritize going through that process.
So what are the acronyms? What are the...
So I spend my whole life going through privacy threshold agreement. This is going to be the most boring bit of the whole weekend.
It's all right, go ahead.
Privacy threshold agreement is something you just go through with everything that you're trying to do, really basic. But on the privacy threshold agreement, if you are doing something which classes as high risk, then you automatically have to go to a DPAA, which is a data protection impact assessment.
I don't know the acronym of DPA.
Oh, right. I'm pretty sure that's the right one. And that's a very, very long one, and it's automatically triggered when you go through AI. And it's there to really kind of poke holes in anything that you're potentially doing because it's high risk. And so we spend a lot of time going through those processes because of the amount of things that we're trying to do. Yeah. But as I said, being able to prioritize before you scale up to that way, when it's just sort of an individual using a thing, and then it's much easier to do.
Yeah. Other questions here and there. So start here and then in the middle there.
Thank you both. Can you hear me? Hisham Yaza from Responsible AI at the BBC. Whether you build or buy, the decision might come down to what good enough looks like for your purposes and your use case. And my question, I guess, is, can you talk more about how you evaluate and how you essentially get a sense of whether it's building or buying, whether the tool is good enough for what you need?
Yeah, I mean, I can talk. I think the main thing, obviously, when it comes to these AI-assisted reporters is like, well, if they're doing 600 stories, like, is anything what they're actually doing is actually good? And from the very start, the threshold of what it should be and how good the content had to be as good as anyone else would be publishing in that newsroom. And so that's why it's their byline on it, it's under their name. We're governed by IPSO, the Independent Press Standards Organisation, who will hold us to task if anything's wrong within it. We're responsible to our readers. And essentially, we're taking a similar approach to what Google originally put out when it came to AI content, which is as long as it kind of goes along with the same values of like it's decent content that people want to read, it's accurate, that it doesn't kind of matter whether the AI tool was in that drafting process. So it's kind of a long way of saying that it has to be as good as anyone else would have produced it with or without the tool. It's not good enough as an AI-assisted reporter to say that the AI made an error when it was drafting it out, because their responsibility is to make sure that anything is taken out if there are any errors before it goes to publishing. And the BBC have a very similar tool in the LDR tool, which is great, and I think it's been shown off a couple of weeks ago. Which obviously takes the local democracy reporter coverage and puts it into BBC style. And what's the threshold for that good? Well, it's as good as the editor would have produced anyway, but hopefully they're just getting a little bit quicker by using that tool. So a long way of saying it's as good as a human, but also at the same time you do have to be wary of, actually, there are, potentially it has to be even higher, because if there are any AI errors, then that is much more catastrophic from a kind of reputational point of view than there would be if it was a human making, an error, even if they did it less often.
Yeah. So question in the middle there, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Christine van Damme from VRT, public broadcaster in Belgium. I have two questions for Astrid, which is one is very practical and one rather philosophical one. Mm-hmm. The first one being, how did you grasp and train for different search strategies that journalists have?
Because if we ask our journalists to ask a question to the news archive, they start by looking for one specific news article they wrote about 5 years ago, which is not what the system is trained to do, of course. So how did you do that? And then second, my question is, you are now, of course, B2B. You serve for newsrooms and you provide news to them. Are you also thinking on making a B2C and then maybe shifting the whole idea on what a news agency actually is, and maybe also provide news to people as a whole and not just journalists?
Yeah, the first question is a very interesting and important one. We were also wondering how can we prompt people to use this thing in a way that it makes sense. And so what we did is we have like some example questions that are already like on the site when you arrive there, and it's also for politics, for sports, for culture, and you can click through it. And still, I think, and I believe it's not good enough because, for example, for sports, people still tend to ask this thing, and I think men do this a lot, please list all the coaches of this football or soccer team from to and give me their whatever. And what these machines still cannot really do is really maths. And so the result will always be inaccurate. And then they are like, gotcha, this thing doesn't work. And yeah, of course, they did. And so we have to explain this is not a good use case. So why don't you try another use case? And what we are now doing, we do special training sessions for the newsroom, where 2-3 people who use this very regularly show use cases that are really useful. Like, for example, you prepare for an interview with a minister and he's going to be here in 15 minutes. Ask it what could be questions based on what he has been saying the last couple of weeks or whatever. And so you get a much better idea how to use this thing, because yes, it cannot do everything. And I think that's a problem that we all have. People expect those machines to be super machines, and there's always the AI fairy dust on top of everything, when in fact it's not. It's quite it's quite tricky. And the second one is it's not philosophical, but we don't decide. It's not on us to decide if we go B2B or B2C. That's a decision for our board. And at this point in time, there's no discussion about that.
Any time for another question or two? Anybody? Yes, sorry, at the back there, from the Maverick. Sorry, Code for Africa, isn't it?
Code for Africa here again. I think my question is more on the financial case. Yes, we can write 600 stories, and they are great at the level the journalistic level. What's the financial kind of case for newsrooms to want to develop, to build, or to buy AI-based tools? Is it just based on continuing to feed the beast for the numbers, the clicks, but what do those actually equate to at the end of the day? Do they mean the sustainability of journalism, sustainability of our newsrooms? We can create all of this stuff, but how is that connecting back? And in both your guys' cases, how has that equated to the bottom line, to be crass?
So I think when we initially were coming up with the tool, over the last sort of 20 years, constantly the newsrooms are being asked to do more and more stuff, because the KPIs are sort of diversified. So it's not just about selling newspapers. You've now got to get clicks online, and now you're going to have to get subscriptions. And actually, what helps you sell newspapers in terms of doing the kind of really local type news is not the same that gets you the page views, which might be a little bit more broader appeal, and then subscriptions, where it has to be very high impact, high quality stuff. But ultimately, no matter what KPI that you're going for there, winning back time for the newsroom to be able to pursue that goal is a surefire route to be able to achieve that. When we've obviously been pursuing a subscription strategy, that's been performing very well. I think we're over 130,000 subscribers across the UK now. Our newspaper decline, which unfortunately is how those things are measured, is performing very, very well. And in terms of last couple of months ago, was our best ever month for page views. Now, there's a lot more going on across the company than just the AI, but a big part of that has been the fact that actually across the UK, all of our journalists were stuck at their desks, and ultimately they just needed that time given back to them to go out and pursue things that were not just turning things around to back in the newspaper. So that's how we're tracking the return on that. I also think it's interesting that if you take a look at how, with AI assistance, and maybe even AI distribution and discovery, could that change the economics of different areas? So if there was a place maybe that once had local news, now doesn't have local news, is there a possibility that the economics now make sense to do that?
Yeah. No, I mean, since we don't have B2C, I cannot really answer this question on behalf of our customers, but what we see as a B2B business, I think AI, if we are smart enough, it will enable us to diversify our business model and really also have new sorts of customers, not only media, which we also have other customers right now, but it's giving you a much bigger perspective to find new kind of customers.
Right.
And that's great.
We have run out of time. That went really, really quickly. So thank you very, very much. That was so packed full of interesting insights. Thank you very much, and thanks for your questions. And now you get lunch.
Oh, the most important thing.
Well done, you guys.
It was great, thank you.
Just a reminder that lunch wraps up at 2:15. So whoever heard. 2:15, yes. everybody, welcome back. Thanks for joining after lunch, and I hope you all had a good lunch too. So today, right now, we're going to have a fireside chat with Sebastian Ayanet Torres, who is an independent consultant and project manager, and Sudhira HS from Gubi Labs from India. And the topic that they're going to be covering is how small newsrooms can compete in the AI arms race, and I bet it's going to be really interesting. So now, whenever you're ready, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Lakshmi. Thank you to the JournalismAI team for having us here in London, and thank you to Sudhira, who we prepped this fireside chat. I am representing the IQA project. I led the project as a project manager. And IQA was Guarani speaking initiative that that El Surti as a newsroom tried to delve deeper into how AI models understand underrepresented languages and what newsrooms could do in order to better train LLMs to do that. And I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on that, but I would like my fellow Sudhira to present what he did for Gubi Labs and the particular project in itself.
Great. Thank you so much. First of all, thanks to the JournalismAI team and for being here. Good to be here. So very briefly, I am Sudhira. I lead Gubi Labs. One of the things that we do at Gubi Labs is communicate science, and we try to write stories based on published research in India. And we have been doing this from 2014. And we are, if Sanutha says her team is very tiny, we are micro tiny then. We are about 4 or 5 editors with about some 30-40 freelance writers, because each of our writers need to know the different research topics that they have to pick up and write. So that's what we had, and now with the JournalismAI grant and the work that we did, we have been able to kind of use research papers and generate stories much faster, and that's something that we have been doing now.
So I guess in different capacities, we were part of teams that, thanks to the opportunity that we had at the Innovation Challenge, we managed to find some answers about how small newsrooms can compete in the AI arms race, which is the name of the fireside chat. So I'm wondering, like, what's your experience and what's your take about the project that you tackled?
Right. Yeah. So it's an interesting thing, because for any small newsroom, right? So you're trying to, at some level, try to optimize and see how best you can improve efficiency in there. So for us, so what used to typically take about 5-6 days to come up with a news story based on a published research paper, because a writer has to go through it and understand what is the storyline and things like that, and then come through it. What it would take, like I said, almost 6-7 days or a week's time, we are now able to cut it down to like 3 to 4 hours. As in, what we are talking about now is sort of efficiency that we are now able to building, but it's not just AI there in the sense, but we have editors who are postgraduates, graduates in science or engineering, who are sort of work as the human in the loop, who are able to say, like, look at what it is and all of that. That is one end. The other end also is like in India, right? Like if you look up some of the top institutions, like the Indian Institute of Science or some of the Indian Institute of Technology is there, they publish about 2,000 papers annually. And overall from India today, we have about 3,500 new publications every month. So for science editors like me and couple of us, it's a weekly task to sieve through those records to see which one is newsworthy. And that's a very challenging task, because how do you pick which is, if a research paper is just an incremental research or something esoteric that people are not able to connect, or which is something that needs to be told. So what we have also come up is now with that is that we have come up with what we call as a newsworthiness index, where we are able to now filter out these 3,500 to like ranking across different topics, let's say climate change, environment, health, engineering, physics, chemical sciences, and bunch of things like that. And then we are now only have to like sieve through about 100 of these categories itself. So that's kind of also bringing in efficiency in that sense.
It's interesting that, you know, the concept of efficiency, how can it change in between teams and newsrooms? For this particular newsroom that I assisted, El Surti, efficiency meant not pushing volumes of publication, and it's not an outlet that publishes a scale. And it was, the concept of efficiency for us was actually finding an excuse on AI to try to serve better and attract a different community that the newsroom felt that it wasn't serving the right way. So the entry point was to give them something that might be useful for them, which in this case would be access to AI tools.
Right.
So right now, as you probably know, it happens with hundreds of underrepresented languages. LLM models don't understand them, and code switching, it's even worse. So as a newsroom, what we could do was the existential question, and how we could do it on in an efficient way.
Right.
So we designed this outreach program in which we went straight to the communities for them to train Mozilla Common Voice data sets through a very simple front end in which you record an audio in Guarani and then other person validates it. That's how you train a data set that at Mozilla you can see the percentage of validation of said data set. So an LLM could arguably go to that data set in order to understand the language. So currently, at the beginning of the project, the validation was around 11%. And we managed to take it out to 16%. It wasn't a huge effort because these efforts are like state level sort of efforts. You need a ton of resources, but we are sort of setting the playbook for how we should approach this and offering to the community. So this is a long answer to explain what efficiency looked on our end, but when we were talking about at that Zoom call when we were prepping this, you said something about how defining purpose was essential. So how did that shape the project?
Yeah, I guess for any of us, right, as in a big or small newsroom, I think the core thing before jumping onto the AI thing is that define the purpose, as in, because the purpose will define exactly as to that will guide you what you need to be really picking on. Because 1 lakh feet above, all the tools and things that we can do with AI is all fancy. There are a lot of possibilities. It is like basically jumping into an ocean and then you have so many things there. So I guess what will be very critical for any of us is to kind of define that purpose. And for us, one of the key things was to really look at, can you simplify a published research paper? As in, that's where we started with. So And then of course now like since the time we started to now, there have been so many developments, different LLMs. Even within those LLMs there have been new versions and stuff like that, and some of them have also graduated to give you voice prompts, and all of these things have changed. Audio summaries are coming in, visual things are coming in, so a bunch of things are changing, right? But you need to really focus on what is important. I guess defining purpose is the most fundamental thing for any of us to be starting out, and based on that then it becomes easier for you to actually pick up which are the tools or what you need to really do based on that becomes very simpler.
When we define the purpose, and we also, I guess, define the scope of these kinds of projects, so I'm curious about actual goalposts at the beginning and at the end of the program, or of this version of our projects. And again, going back to this idea of how small newsrooms can compete in the AI arms race. El Surti's newsroom is a 13-person newsroom with just one person at the community outreach position. So for us at the start, and Lakshmi and Zena, especially Zena, who was coming to the check-ins on a monthly basis, knows we set up a goal of achieving 70% of validation, and we realized that we weren't going to go that far when we were at it, and while we were going to the communities and having people recording themselves and validating, we realized that was going to take several more hours. So I think that moving goalposts for us was an important thing. Like, what happened over there?
Yeah, I guess we had, of course, although we were distracted a bit in the sense, because like I said, technology is changing so fast that you always get into distract. But I think sticking to the overall goal for us, it was like simplifying science. So that helped, as in sticking to that, and then having our structured thing that these are the intended outputs that we really need. So we didn't sort of, although like in between you play around and try experimenting with stuff and things like that, I guess defining that baseline as that based on that purpose is crucial for you to achieve something.
Absolutely.
In that sense.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Absolutely. So we're sort of, our projects are sort of communicated because of this thing, like regarding language.
Yes.
And so obviously I have an experience on Guarani, but can you tell me a little bit how you handle that sort of particular problem?
Yeah, so
which is huge.
It's a complex problem there. Like in India, we have like almost 22 languages as an official, and then if I'm just looking at South India, we are like saying like 4 or 5 languages, and although we try generating stories in like 6-7 Indian languages, what we've seen with using some of these LLMs are that they're still not yet trained, I feel like, well with the kind of words that we are having, particularly to kind of contextualize for the regional sense. Right? So let's say often we within our Hindi and Marathi editors, we have this discussion and or at times fights in the newsroom, in the sense that this is not appropriate, because at times even in the Marathi story, when you are trying to use an LLM and generate, it's picking up Hindi words into it, so which is not correct in the sense, so you can't have them. So and that's where even if you're trying to experimenting with that, that's where human in the loop comes in. That's becomes very critical to kind of see what it is. And like speaking of language, right? Like even with my native language, Kannada. So we have different dialects, and that's true for most Indian languages. That you just can't say this is one language and have this. So we'll have to have those variations. And if I have to reach out to like saying the last mile, as into the people in different regions within the state, I need to make sure I'm talking in their dialect. So that's a challenge that is compounded as well. But yeah, I guess with whatever the hope is that sooner or later we should be getting there, because you will need to train all of that and make sure that you are there, like how you are trying to do there?
In our case, it's mostly, I think, building a case for it to get traction, and we sort of got that traction on moving the needle on validation. But for it to happen, it's going to demand probably more resources at a state level, and especially for the subtleties of the usage of the language. So the Guarani-speaking community is a 7 million people community based mostly in Paraguay, but also in parts of Bolivia, Brazil, and Argentina. And again, as a number, it looks like a pretty, palatable pool of people to reach out to. But then again, like, we need to give something specific to them and see how it goes. So that was a moment in which, this whole thing of using AI as an excuse for actually building community played out, by going to these communities and telling them, hey, like, we are doing this that the state is not doing, that the private corporations are not doing, and this is a tool that you can't actually use because Guarani is an oral language. We are actually asking you to co-create with us, and that's how we got our way in to that community, and that's how I guess the project was already validated for the next stage. So, but in order to be fully functional, it's going to be it will have to be able to address, for example, code switching, as I was mentioning. So.
Yeah, if I may add on to that, I think one of the key aspects for like any of us, I think, is also to kind of get feedback and do any course corrections, because ultimately your end users who are reading out your consuming your content, it's also, we need to keep a track of how well they're using, accepting it and where is it going, and based on that we may have to kind of moderate in that sense. And having said that, I think I'm sure in most small newsrooms like us, many of us wear multiple hats, as in you're not only like bucketing yourself as like, I just write, I just edit, I just help with graphics, or I do this and stuff like that. So I guess in a small newsroom that's always there. But one of the challenges also could be like not having sort of a programmer or a coder.
Absolutely.
And that's where I guess there has to be some creative ways of partnering and coming up with solutions and things like that.
On that end, what I would say is in this particular aspect, so I was integrated into this newsroom as a project manager. I'm not part of the newsroom, and alongside with me, we incorporated a conversational designer for a chatbot, which is the next iteration of this project, already live, and a developer, of course. And it was like a sort of AI cell that was briefly integrated for this project, and therefore we could provide the process and also the technical muscle for this newsroom to be able to operate, because it wasn't only about training the data set, it was also about like how to gather first party data of these people to keep them in the loop, and how to get back to them, and how to actually make this chatbot be alive and also being capable of getting trained, which is the second version of Aikwa, which I haven't told you about until now, which is actually El Surti has a dedicated chatbot that you can train, and you can send it WhatsApp messages to it, and he will transcribe it, and you can give it feedback about the translation of or the transcription, of a Guarani audio, and you can tell it this was right, this was more or less, or this was wrong. And so the chatbot is going to collect this information and get back to the data set and keep training. So yeah, there's a lot of components that start getting implemented inside, but I guess that getting buy-in from the audience and getting recognition from a tiny pocket and maybe overlooked space of your overall audience might make you a stronger competitor or a stronger player in your media environment.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's crucial as well. I guess I'll take one step back again, going back to how small newsrooms can also kind of, when they lack resources and all of it, is to think of creative ways of engaging. Like from the place where I come, we're like close by, like we have Bangalore, which is like tech city in India, and we could like think of hosting hackathons and data hackathons where you don't necessarily have to hire engineers and sort of programmer to do all of this for you, but you could just host a 2-day or a 3-day hackathon sort of a thing where you pose all your problem and then get something solved by the community. Because if you get the community involved, that will be a much greater buy-in, and also you will have some additional support as well. And then as you cross certain limit, like cross the line somewhere, I guess you can then think of hiring more folks on board, I guess.
Absolutely. Yeah. And thinking about, you mentioned earlier the importance of having a human in the loop.
Correct.
So I would probably ask you, what would be your non-negotiable human checkpoint, if I may?
Yeah, so for us, I think quality is of the prime thing, as in the content outputs that we are coming out is paramount for us. So, and since we are communicating about science, there cannot be anything that is misstated or misinterpreted. Like, although in the process of simplifying science, I can't misstate anything, and that's paramount. So we've seen that even with some of the LLMs that you do, that's why our human in the loop, the editor has to go through it, because you need to check whether, even if it has picked up the science correctly. As in that's paramount, and that's where I guess quality is paramount, because end of the day, in the long run, right, audience or like your consumers are going to come back to you only if you're having good quality, and the work should speak for yourself, and that's where it stands. So quality is non-negotiable.
Yeah. And for us, like, I know I just elaborated about the chatbot, but we wouldn't have had the chance to have a chatbot had we not have an actual person, a community articulator, going to these small towns and cities around Paraguay and gathering people to do this sort of like tiny hackathon. We call them mingas, which is the word for, gatherings and to do stuff. And that was, the first interaction was 100% human, and the rest, everything that the chatbot is getting is checked by a person. So I would say, maybe templates plus LLM plus human, like editing, fact checking, or whatever you're doing might be a doable prompt or a doable setup, for tiny newsrooms, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I know you're doing a workshop next session, but would you recommend any tools that newsrooms should explore?
Yeah, for sure. Like, we are having right after this vibe coding workshop with Ryan over there. So I definitely got into vibe coding for prototyping because it was an easy way to try, things that, made me curious. For example, like creating my own personal website, and suddenly I discovered that there were so many more things that I could prototype with using like a vibe coding tool. So I started with DeepSight from Hugging Face, and it was amazing. It has evolved so much in the last time, but the most potent tool at the moment to me is Google AI Studio. And you can easily jump from prototype to something that you can actually show your developer, and it's interesting how vibe coding allows you to start with a need or a hunch or a problem that you want to solve. And actually would advise everyone to start with that, and not to tell it, I want this to look it this way, to start with the actual thing that you want it to do, and the powers of that tool will expand and even go beyond what you were planning. So yeah, but also I know that Claude also has a very potent vibe coding tool, and we're going to elaborate a bit more on that. But the point is, to your point of like trying to figure out ways to incorporate technology, and to Sanuta's point in her workshop about having more fluent conversations with tech teams. Like if you can produce a prototype, like a sort of working prototype, then it's, it paves the way for better dialogue in between editorial and tech teams. And this is something that is like, you actually can prompt it. So I would 100% advise to, get your hands dirty on that.
Yes, great. Yeah, I guess I'll just second that in the sense, for those of you not really some of us also have not really come into coding and then picked up things like that, but I guess something like Google AI Studio or things like that you could start with and then start experimenting, and then when you really are there and hire a sort of programmer to take things forward and scale it up and things like that.
Yeah. I would love to bring the room in if someone has any questions for us. Like if not, we can keep elaborating on our experience. And I mean, I can start like with throwing something out of nowhere if there's no question. So for example, if we were, let's say that we were a 2-person newsroom, like starting something, like what would probably be the first thing that we would like to automate, or that would make sense for us to automate? Like, what you think?
What's the first thing that you would want to automate? Right?
I would, the want.
Yeah.
I would start definitely at an operational sort of level, like trying to, let's say if we are a breaking news outlet, like the first thing that I would like to get is, everything that I could, put out on breaking, run through my editorial guidelines. And that's something that you won't be able to prototype, but you will be able to at least, populate a notebook LM of sorts, or, something that you vibe code on AI Studio with an editorial style guide and run the breaking news through there. And eventually, if we get money or something, or some resources to run it by a developer, maybe we could plug it in with APIs and start having, content of our own to make ourselves noticeable. It shouldn't be about content at the beginning, but if we are starting from scratch and don't have anything, that would be our way to get our way into an audience of sorts.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I would also like kind of continue in that sense, look at the process of minimal workflow that you have. Like once you have the content and getting into publishing, right? So some of us would be using some certain content management systems. So how do you sort of automate once you have frozen your content to kind of take it to your CMS and then have other collaterals like the graphic or social media posts that are all generated and then that can be pushed or something like that. So although like also kind of, because there are additional tasks that within the editorial team somebody has to do it, and things like that you could kind of optimize with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And back to what we were saying about, like, I want to go back to something that I had in my notes about using these particular tools as inclusion tools, not just like a shiny new thing and a nice to have. I think that's priority for small newsrooms, because you only have some room to operate. So I think that for us, and probably for your newsroom as well, to make it inclusive, made purpose to keep it going and keep it developing.
True. Yeah. I guess again, I'll go back to, like, in the sense saying what's the key purpose, as in based on that you'll have to work backwards and keep it there.
Absolutely. Tom has a question for us.
Thanks both so much. It's super inspiring to hear about, and in general, I think throughout today, all the amazing work that's happening kind of at small newsrooms. I'm just kind of thinking about, and leaning into this sort of question of competition. You've kind of flagged that the technology is changing so quickly, and it feels, to me at least, like it's changing quicker and quicker. Is that kind of an advantage to small newsrooms, or do you see it kind of increasing a disparity and I guess helping bigger players compete more effectively? Or how do you see that kind of dynamic as the technology is improving?
Want to give it a go first?
I would know. Should I?
Yeah.
So I guess I would say it's both good and bad. I mean, like in the sense, it's nice that technology is progressing and all of it, but the bad is because for small newsrooms, like if you're like stuck to some, let's say version 1 and then you have version 2 already out there, so when somebody has to catch up and sort of make sure you're updating it to it and things like that, and not often you have all the new resources to kind of do that, or you will still stick to version 1 until you will see that you can do that. But that's where like I said, I guess if we have sort of creatively think of having hackathons, and if you have a community already there who would come and sort of contribute voluntarily to do certain things, or you could have some goodies or prizes for somebody solving some of these, and you could sort of solve that creatively, as in that's how I would see that.
Yeah, I would complement that with having worked with several small newsrooms in my career. I think that at this point there are specific needs that small newsrooms are not quite able to fulfill for themselves. One being like first-party data. I think that technology is quite not there yet in order for a small newsroom to easily incorporate it. It's great that technology is allowing these newsrooms to try different sets of tools. But in the sustainability game, I think that we still, like these newsrooms still, this is not enough, and this is not something that I am, basically claiming from tech developers. But I wouldn't be as far. I wouldn't go as far to say that the playfield has been leveled. It certainly allowed more room for imagination but as Sudhira is saying, if you don't have some degree of like development muscle, it's still going to be tough. So yeah, I still think that and again, it's not a competition, as you were saying, because small newsrooms try to cater maybe to niche audiences, so they don't necessarily need to keep playing the same game, which is the purpose of maybe having a small newsroom. So I guess the answer would be yes and no. Thank you. Yeah.
More question. I hope I'm loud enough. Okay. My question is, I'm Zenzela from Zimbabwe. I'm coming from a small newsroom, and we've been talking about AI and the newsrooms and the small newsrooms, and we are struggling with monetizing AI. Mm-hmm. We are spending so much money subscribing, buying tools, but we are not getting the money back. Yeah. Maybe from your experiences, where is the money when it comes to AI and the newsroom? Because for us, the problem is the dollar side.
Yeah. I have a specific answer to that, and the answer will be inconclusive. This particular project that El Surti tackled in Paraguay, as I was saying, was aimed to get closer to a 7 million people audience that we thought was underserved. Like the financial or the monetization goal for that would be, beyond grants, obviously, but in order to develop that, would be to convert them into subscribers. So your question gives me the prompt to say that the other thing that this chatbot that El Surti has allows you to do is to subscribe to its print magazine, and also to sign up to attend to its events. So is it going to be sustainable in the long term? I don't know. But this has been an effort to use, AI technologies and an AI project as an excuse to bring people closer. If you ask me about things like agentic engine optimization and all the new, trends on potential AI monetization, I think that the answer, it's still, inconclusive. And I think that probably a marketplace of sorts will get developed. I don't know how big of a player small newsrooms will be in said marketplace, to be honest.
I think we have to wrap up now because we have the next session.
Okay, we can keep it going after. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you.
Thank you both. And so for the next sessions, we have one happening in this room with Sebastian again and Ryan Restivo. That's going to be a workshop, a vibe coding lab. And the next one is going to be a panel discussion in the Smile Suite, which is on verification tools in a deepfake era. So whichever you're interested in, please feel free to move around. It starts in 15 minutes at 3 o'clock.
we're gonna have like a workshop session on vibe coding lab, getting to know your next big idea. And for today's, we're joined in by Sebastian and Ryan, so you can have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for spending part of your day with us. Thank you for having us, JournalismAI, right? I just saw your session, right? So it was good.
Thank you.
And yeah, you get double duty, right? So,
yep.
So welcome to our session. This is the first of two. We have one today, and once I hopefully see the wonderful presentation on the screen. I tried to make that work, and it did not work like magic. But that's okay. I have a wonderful presentation. I'd like to get to the second slide, too. Yeah. So Vibe Coding Lab, right? Getting to your next big idea. We're going to talk about what's inspired us and give you, I'm sure I'm going over slides that are already further down in this presentation, but that's okay. But this is the first of two. We'll have this one today, and then tomorrow we'll be, I think, in the other room to talk about to really work on these things and to have everybody, buy in and figure out what they want to do, and hopefully our ideas will inspire what you guys want to think about now and in the future. And we all know. Yeah. So go ahead. I know you are.
Yeah. So if you was here for the previous session, I'm a strategic and innovation consultant with organizations like Fathom and Sembra Media, and also work with El Surti as project manager of the IQA initiative. That was part of the innovation challenge this year. And yeah, I live in Montevideo, Uruguay, and it's great to be here.
And I'm Ryan Restivo. I created a tool called YesEO, worked with the Oglethorpe Echo in the Journalism AI Innovation Challenge, which I said the whole terms. I had it in the notes, so that's why I said JournalismAI, even though everybody, welcome to the JournalismAI Festival, right? And yes, I'm in the USA, so sorry, but yeah, just feel how bad I have to feel. So yeah, I have to fly back in a couple days. So yeah, our plan, I told you I already covered this in a slide. We want to inspire you with what we know and what we've learned. And tomorrow we want you to try your new ideas. We're going to give you a resource to hopefully help you think about what those other ideas could be. I'm sure everybody in here has probably thought of something they probably want to do. And a lot of the presentations from today, I feel like, have inspired me to think of other ideas beyond what I've thought about already. And yeah, and everybody on the live stream, wherever you are, out on the internet, we'll also hopefully be able to scan the QR code to get this link to be able to access it, and we'll hopefully be able to get it to you guys.
Yeah, and I think, added to what you say, I think that the point of having us for this particular workshop is that maybe vibe coding for prototyping and trying new things is one of the most accessible things that you can do with the AI at the moment as a journalist. It, as I was saying in the previous session, it paves a way for conversation in between editorial and tech teams, because you have an actual product and an idea of how it looks like, how it could operate, and it can take you to further places with that. So yeah, we are here to explore that universe, and hopefully, like, people in the room and people that are watching us through Zoom or are going to
live stream.
Yeah, live stream.
So yeah, so we had, I don't know if you, so people probably have heard what the definition of vibe coding, or maybe you haven't, but that's okay. I know a lot of these new terms have started to come up over the last few years. I feel like I'm learning a new one every other month, or somebody's coming up to me and saying, "What did you think about MCP?" And then you get vibe coding, or then maybe I think MCP was before that one, but now we're into agents now, right? So we're all over the place. So so these, I think, are two of the definitions I think we found. Yeah, one is from Simon, which I clicked on, which you could see in my wonderful Google Slides here. But it's to kind of think about, or maybe forget the code even exists, right? Is to see stuff, say stuff, run stuff, copy paste. And then Simon, I wanted to shout out to, right? Just building without reviewing it, which, for a lot of us who probably put some code on the internet, could feel a little dangerous, right? And so, so I thought about, like, just what is the most practical version of this, right? Like, if you were to go out and define it to your friends, right? Or somebody who maybe isn't in the journalism AI space, how would you kind of define it, right? So I made this quiz. You're going to see quizzes are a little bit about this, but right, the practical sense, right? So hopefully a lot of people have been in an autonomous car before. I know sometimes we call them self-driving, right? But when you get in the car, right, do you sit in the driver's seat with your foot next to the brake pedal? Do you sit in the back seat and wait to get to your destination? Or do you lay down and take a nap, right? And those are kind of like how I think about all these different things, right? Like LLM assisted coding, right? An LLM gives you the answer, but you're still going to try it, you're still going to test it, you still need to figure out if it works for you. You sit in the back seat, right? You're moving towards it, but you know your seatbelt is hopefully on. If you're laying down and taking a nap, you're really trusting the machines right now. You're really leaning into those vibes, and yeah, I think like another way to, I think this was your right, like another way to kind of think about it, trying to think about that problem to solve.
Yeah. I think that this is something that, having worked with several newsrooms this year on vibe coding, what you just stressed about, like just going by prompting an LLM and asking it for, to deliver to you a specific prototype is one way to tackle things. And then there's another level, which is beyond vibe coding. You can also ask another LLM or go outside and try to have a refined version of the code to solve whatever is not working, and working on a sort of combination of those two things is the sort of thing that journalists who tackle this technology and at the very beginning don't really get, and it's a subtlety, but it should be addressed. Like, it's not only what you do at the vibe coding app with your prompt, you can just come back and forth using different reasoning models and different capabilities.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that's super interesting that we've talked about is just like that, and I see it in the slides behind you as you're talking, it's kind of that like product discovery. Like, I'm making something to then show to user test with somebody to say, hey, does this prototype actually work for you compared to what you've maybe done before, or maybe it would take you a lot more work to get to that.
Yeah, and it's a little bit in those slides, right? Like, so when do you vibe code? Because this is another recurring thing that happened when trying to get out to work with journalists, which is like, okay, I want this super duper tool that gathers audience insights and then converts it to stories and then gets copies created and publishes them. Yeah, well, that's a little bit tough, so let's just try to filter down on when you can vibe code, and obviously prototyping and putting simplicity at the very beginning. Again, I feel like this is a communication tool as well as a solution. And when you have an idea of the architecture that you want, and when you want to try something fast, those should be your initial signs or the initial symptoms of like something that this should probably be vibe coded. And having said that, the technology moves out so quickly that maybe next week the next update of these solutions will allow you to go even further. But the purpose of this is to keep it trying every week, at least in my personal experience.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So like, it says my example is coming up next. So I'm going to take you through a couple examples of what I've been able to pull off. But first I want to talk about, I said, like, I feel like we've been doing some of these things before and we've just hadn't had a name for it. This is going to be a little bit much, but I'll just try to blow through it very quickly. When I thought about vibe coding, I thought about what we kind of talked about earlier, right? Like, I want to make something, I don't understand how to do it. Maybe I don't understand how to do it yet. Maybe I need to kind of get there with some help and then push it forward. So for me, working in the Innovation Challenge with the Oglethorpe Echo, one of the biggest problems I needed to solve very quickly was to take this one app that existed, that was Yesio at this point. It was the one app that did all the work for everybody, and to break it into component parts that would just do all of those different jobs. But I had never really done something like that before, so it was kind of intimidating, but I needed to do it. It was an obvious need. So I was fortunate or unfortunate. So I ended up with a few days alone because my wife and son had COVID. So I happened to just be sitting in an empty space for 4 days and was able to kind of cook up these ideas. Hey, I have everything I need to do. I built this image, I built this Docker image for what I need to do. can you help me get this to Kubernetes? And then it built a fun YAML file, and then I had to continually test and figure out that this was actually going to work, or if it wasn't going to work. And then it kind of eventually became more towards the LLM assisted coding, where it was like, I need help, but then I need to push it forward. So I'm proud that I was able to embrace it, at least to build something. But I think when I think about vibe coding for journalists, and I know we're talking about how we can serve journalism, right? I always think of this first question: what if you had a data reporter next to you for every story you write? I'm sure if I asked everybody, they probably have a data reporter, or I hope you do. But then when you say you want more data reporters, then they say how much data reporters cost, and then they say, oh, well, we can't have everyone have a data reporter, right? But I think in embracing kind of vibe coding to build, how can we use it to tell stories? I think one of the other presentations earlier today talked about how you could use a different, I'm trying to think of the right words. It's how to think about how to serve different audiences with different information, how people will understand your stories differently. So we need to provide different experiences to kind of meet those needs. So think about that, and we give somebody a straight article, but that might not be enough for somebody. Maybe they need a quiz, maybe they need an infographic. Maybe there are other pieces to that story that we can give them to understand the information. So I always think about that like in terms of the context of the concept of EAT, right? The extra E for experience, and thinking about how we can do that. So I have a couple of examples. I'm going to get on the computer for a little bit, so don't mind me. But one of the examples I have is around reporting. I am from the United States. So I took a PDF report from NOAA, the Oceanic Administration, Atmospheric Administration, I want to say. Somebody will correct me if I said that wrong. But I created a story based on this PDF of the reports of hurricanes in the state of Louisiana. And I was able to create an interactive and a quiz based on this experience. At first, I kind of gave the PDF and said, hey, write a story about it, which is not the best journalism in the world. But then I asked for more charts and other things. And then one of the things that I prompted in here, and I'll be able to show you guys here pretty quickly once I find where the mouse is supposed to go. I'll be able to show you here. So I did that in Firebase initially. So Firebase Studio, if you guys have used Firebase Studio before, I put the PDF of the report into the kind of folder that was holding all the information. I said, hey, write this. What's very interesting is this image changes every time I do it, even though I haven't asked for any image to change. So it's a weird city look right now, even though it's supposed to be about like storms and tropical storms. I was in New Orleans for the Online News Association's conference in September. And in September in the United States is actually peak hurricane season. So it felt like a perfect time to bring up something like this. I didn't jinx anything, which was great. But you could see, right, taking this PDF, I was able to turn it into a story that I was able to build a bunch of different interactives based on the data that was provided by the PDF. And then I was able to take all, and yeah, this one's not very impressive, right? But it's like, try to experiment and try to lean into how many different things we can build in this scenario. And then you might see a lot of weird or like very forward language. And that's on purpose because I told the model that I wanted it to write like they write on the Weather Channel, where if it's 70 degrees and sunny, it for some reason says that you've avoided death today. So, so it really emphasized the fear casting element of it. And that's why actually there's another thing down here that I'll show you guys, but this is just trying to categorize all these different storms across all time, right? They start around the 1700s and then kind of call the way up to today. And these different kind of more powerful storms over time. I can emphasize the thing about the climate changing that we could probably talk about for a while. But try to build different graphics. Interesting thing about these graphics, that sometimes they would change for no reason, right? And I think that's something we need to just make sure we're showing off that, right? Hey, things will suddenly change on you for no apparent reason. And this one was supposed to categorize based on the category of storm, but I leave this mistake in on purpose so that you could see the difference. And then you can see, right, a dire warning, this forecast. And then I used, so these last two things, which I'm going to show off pretty quickly, but they are using the Louisiana Hurricane Preparedness Guide here. This is kind of a list of, like a kind of accordion interactive of, hey, what do you want to do? What is a resource? this resource for hurricane preparedness. This will give you all the information. And when I prompted the extra fear casting, you can kind of see all of the different things that it says in here, right? You will have 5 minutes, not hours. Credit cards will be useless. You'll be trapped under stuff. So fortify your shelter, right? And this is all from vital information that's been given by the state, right? So then I was able to take that and turn it into a quiz, which I'm actually going to show you. One of the things that I have for you guys today is that I've actually taken all this information, it's interesting, from Firebase and put it onto a page on my website. So this actually took longer than I thought, and it actually worked out that using Claude to kind of rebuild this one worked a little bit better. But at the same time, when you scroll down here, you can see the charts actually change. It uses some of the global styles that I have on my website for all of you CSS nerds out there. You'll see that it uses some of those styles, but then it turns out it was actually giving different styles for some of the other parts of the charts, which I found fascinating in its own fun way. And then you can see, right, the dire warning that we have. But the similar thing we have here, your protocols, same thing, very wonderful list. And then you have this wonderful quiz, right? So a quiz about, you have 60 seconds to make the right choices, is reinforcing the information from the preparedness guide in a quiz format. I am going to get some of these incorrect on purpose, but you have 60 seconds to answer, right? What is the first thing you grab? Well, you probably grab your go bag, but let's say you grab your family photo albums, right? And then it very much tells you, because of what I told it, to say no, right? And this one, hope for the best, they look strong. This is not true, of course. Hurricane force winds will shatter windows. There's pretty, as you can probably tell in the recent news. This one, you probably will have to stay in the car, and hey, I get rewarded for this, which is great. This one, how you get storm updates. You use a battery-powered or hand crank radio. That is the best way. But I'm going to use my smartphone for some reason, right? We all know that cell phone service will go out when these kinds of things happen. The most dangerous part of the hurricane is it's the storm surge. So it is actually the storm surge and flooding, not the wind and not the lightning. So that is another thing to keep in mind. And when you get one question wrong, you're told you're a future casualty. So it really leans into making sure that you're fearful of everything, a little bit more than maybe I thought it would. But it kind of embraces that aspect of just like, hey, like let's fearcast, right? You could see how the headline changes. It's Bayou winds unveiled, and then the headline just says, under siege, a superstorm. And I actually just showed you all this right now. But one of the fun things about this, table here, which I'm going to try to do this quickly, is you can actually copy this table and paste it in the browser, and it'll just pop up. Let's see if I can just do that quickly enough. Let's say I just want to open a new tab for no reason, because why not? I'll just open up the inspector. Should have been ready to do this a little bit faster. Right, I could just paste that. Will this work? Drum roll. Watch, it doesn't work. When you do something live, it could be embarrassing, right? But no, it pastes right in there, right? So I could use this information and I could put that in my story right away. I would have something new and have something new for my audience. I already showed you guys that you should get your questions right. This is actually where I was supposed to do the live demo, and according to the slide notes. I emphasized that using a battery-powered or hand crank radio is the safest way to get storm updates. I was a Reynolds Journalism Institute fellow when I built the SEO, and in the class after mine, Maria Ars came up with a guide called Arena, and how to use hand-powered radios in emergencies such as this, because she was affected by Hurricane Maria, right? So it's important to understand there are resources out there to help you. And all of this seems very nice and important, but yeah, it's all in the United States. So how could I relate this to London, right? I thought about what I was going to be doing to think about my next idea. And my idea was, hey, on Thursday morning, I have a few hours to explore the area. What should I do? So I got notes from friends. I looked at the tourism guide from visitlondon.com, which I have no reason to plug whatsoever. But I said, hey, can I get a game where I can try to play this, right? And then, yes, I did this part where I am an American, so I will make sure to put very American-based tips in here to make sure that I'm emphasizing how American I am. And then at this point, I'm here, I got to do a live demo of this, right? So better yet, so I built it using Claude, which you could see here, and I aggressively prompted for a very long time to fix the bugs. But what's even cooler is I was able to pull this out of Claude and put it, hopefully right here, yeah, right here on this website, which I was able to match all this, you can see the styles change. And then you could see, hey, this extreme edition, I have 4.5 hours to get there to do anything before I go to the airport. I will leave my bag in the hotel, which is a good idea. And then I will be able to take, hey, I have my current time, I could spend some money, I will be able to go to the airport if I need to. I'll be able to drop in, hey, where should I go next? I want to go to Big Ben, because why not? I'm American, by the way. So, right, and then I also made sure to emphasize when I prompted, like, Americanize everything down for me. Right, so think Capitol building, but with more drama. So, but then as I continue to do this, I thought about just like thinking about how I get to places, right? Do I want to take the tube? Do I want to go? Do I want to walk? So I made sure to emphasize directions, and you can see how simple the directions try to give it to you. And yes, traffic comes from the opposite direction, as I already noticed. And then I could pick, hey, do I want to walk? Do I want to take the tube? Let's see, I'll try to walk, why not? And then I've already spent that time, the time has gone away, and I haven't spent any money yet. Let's see if I go to the Tower Bridge and see if I take the tube. I'm trying to do a couple of things, because in the middle of all this, I'm supposed to get something. So now if I continue through my scenarios, I can see, hey, I'm going to arrive somewhere where it's not even open yet. Probably a bad idea. So why would I want to wait an hour for something to open? So I can wait, I can walk, I can take the tube, so I can see, oh yeah, so here's what I was trying to get to, right? I put these kind of traps in here, which is called Fancy Tea House. A charming sign advertises authentic English afternoon tea and that I'm moving on with the mouse there, for only 15 pounds with scones. So, right, do I want to waste my time and money, or do I have a flight, right? And I can earn points based on this. Of course I want to waste my time and money, that's fine. But as you see, the time kind of changes, and then if I don't actually get to the airport in time, it'll tell me, hey, you missed your flight. But I made it this time. So now this site actually exists, and I'm actually going to give a wonderful way for you guys to get this, because hopefully everyone on the YouTube can still see it, because you can scan the QR code and give and sign up to get it. I have just a quick survey there, but I'll send you the link. You're probably not surprised. I want to send you the link myself, because this is going to be live on the internet for the first time, and I'm the only one who's really looked at it. Actually, you looked at it. So,
yeah, I did.
You did. It worked. So, but as somebody who puts on things on the internet for the first time, you always worry when people do this. When I first put SEO out there, the first question was, are people going to find it? But then it was also like, what happens when too many people find it, right? Mm-hmm. So I want to be careful about how much traffic it gets. That's why I didn't. So like some of these things like Claude and Firebase Studio, right? You could expose or publish these to the internet and be like, okay, like have at it, everybody else. But I don't want people to spend a ton of money on my keys to do that, especially if you're building something that's like, I'll create a tool that'll recommend something to you that'll use keys, right? That's when you're like, hey, probably don't want to do that. So yeah, that's been a lot of what I've thought about, like thinking about just how to serve journalists and trying to build on the journalism, the storytelling that we do. But I see you've got examples too, so I'll let you to it.
Yeah. So what the purpose of the session when we were creating it with Ryan was to inspire again. So it was interesting through our conversations how his approach to vibe coding was maybe in some aspects more content oriented, and mine was because of my position as consultant and facilitator for AI programs, were more like into not so much content creation and more like at an operational level. But my experience with vibe coding started with creating my personal website, which was something that I wasn't able to do. Like, this was in April 2025, and I couldn't get a coder to have, you know, my website the way I wanted it, and with zero coding experience, and just sick of my Squarespace not functioning and not having the options that I needed. I just decided to give it a go to Hugging Face deep site, and very quickly I could come up with a prototype of you know, a 3-language like multimodal sort of website. And obviously the tool wasn't perfect, and as I was saying previously, having to switch in between like my prompts to the deep site app and a more potent LLM in terms of reasoning and coding was essential. But I sort of managed to, you know, come up with it as my first experience, and at some point I ended up like working with some other concepts as things that were like, I like to see how far the tool could take me. And you know, I even learned how to, you know, in terms of moving the page out to the internet. Like, you have a little bit more experience than me. This was my first time doing that, and I could also learn that like quickly through an LLM, and it was amazing the level of assistance that I had for such a tiny project that for me was like ginormous. And fast forward to a month or two after that, and my undergrad students ended up like creating the prototypes for a creative industries course, and through other apps, like it could be DeepSight, it could be Lovable at the moment. So Google AI Studio was about to land, and that's how a month later, and this was September, so it's just like yesterday, I joined for AI prototyping sprint on behalf of Fathom in Patagonia, Argentina. And you know, the challenges that we saw while trying to come up with a specific project for newsrooms, these were 8 regional and hyperlocal newsrooms in Patagonia, were less content oriented and more like, as I was saying, operational and audience centric and efficiency sort of based. And Google AI Studio was already out and it was, we could see, the most powerful interface for intuitive vibe coding. So the first example that we could come up with my partner Claudia Baez was, let's try to, you know, create a quick style guide assistant of sorts. And you can do that like easily as a gem, but at that moment you couldn't share a gem. It was only an individual sort of thing, and plus a gem is neither a prototype nor something that you might be able to test and expand from. So, and you know, again, and I'm stressing this too many times, I'm sorry, in product discovery, to have an effective prototype is key. Mm-hmm. So I decided to run it through Google AI Studio, and it ended up giving me this, like with some sort of a quick prompt, and you know, the archives as its knowledge base. I created this assistant, maybe more, you know, better looking if you like pixel art and you know, you play video games in the 90s. And you know, pixel art seems to be a trend in this event. I already saw it in Sanuta's presentation, and it was interesting how, you know, for folks in the program, for folks in that particular program, where to see the vibe coding working and operating was, you know, the aha moment. And they were like, wait, like, can I actually type something into this and it's going to produce something specific that I might try to use? And the answer was yes. So I don't have the window to put play to this, but this is a quick demonstration of something that I vibe coded and prompted. Maybe put it on mute, just in case. And basically that's, you know, for you, this might not be new. This is AI Studio in the works. I created a fake personal economics organization, and I created a fake data set of sorts, and I prompted this assistant that is going to produce a digest of metrics with actionable suggestions. And again, this is a prototype. Let's say we have a team. You can show this to a developer and say, hey, this would be the type of tool that might be a game changer around my team, because I want my team to read more metrics. So that was version 1, and what you are seeing over there is actually the very tool offering me to add more level and nuance into it. So right there is offering me, hey, would you like me to add a copy to clipboard sort of button after I produce the insights? And I say, yeah, why not? So it's, right there, it's already in the works. So, an LLM first reasons and then gets to work. And now we're getting to see the coding part of it, which again, to me, as a almost close to zero level coder, was mind blowing. And at the very first moment. So now it's quickly, and this is real time, so recorded in real time. Mm-hmm. So very quickly it just came up with something else. And while this is going out, I also want to tell you about what happened in this prototyping sprint. The newsrooms that I work with ended up developing assistants that solve, for example, editorial guideline communication for commercial teams of a news organization. This might have happened to you. The commercial team sends a branded content sort of product, and they just run it by themselves, and they don't respect too much the editorial guidelines, and usually there's a conversation and a back and forth in between the editorial person and the commercial person. They created an assistant that already has the guidelines, so they told their commercial person, hey, every time you have a script, run it through this, and we should be sorted, and we should going back into these discussions again and again and again. Insights for metrics, image re-editing. There are a ton of things that could be done with this. So yeah, I don't know, this is not switching? Yeah,
no,
I wanted to switch.
That was the second one, right? This is the second one or no?
Yeah, I mean, we should just jump into the next one.
Oh, whoopsie.
Yeah, okay, basically it's just that. And again, to go back I see myself as a product person. Like, if you know how the product discovery journey works, then I sort of prototype the best chances it has, not only for validation, because it's not the only thing that we want as journalists. We want something that we could keep iterating as well. And yeah, and the bottom line in this case would be that you can use this tool for many other things and not just content. And that's sort of where I come from. So yes, the inspiration on this side of things would be, think about it as also a potential tool that you may use for audience purposes, for monetization, and other sorts of things. So yeah, that gives us a complete, or a sort of broader view of what you can do. So let's jump into cheat sheets, right?
Oh gosh, yeah. No, yeah. I think, a lot of what you said, it really rings true to me. And I feel like it's that first question, right? What do we think about? When you're thinking about a problem, maybe you came in with an idea already. Mm-hmm. Maybe you had no idea what you wanted to do at all. You're at the same spot. Thinking about just focusing on a problem and a challenge. I know we had somebody talking earlier about just thinking about what kind of problem or challenge. Don't worry, we got a cheat sheet for you next, so don't worry, we got more for you. An actual one. So, what is it that fascinates you? What do you want to learn about? What is that thing that if you had maybe an extra, 8 to 40 hours in the week, you'd be able to get done.
Exactly.
And then figure out what that is and center on that problem and just attack that problem relentlessly, right? Because if your focus really is on that problem, then you'll be able to hopefully find that good solution and then work it out. That is always, for me, it's always been something that's really been key to me, right? How do you get curious about what's in that idea? And then, yeah, we're going to have a wonderful sheet for that. We have wonderful tools, which the deep site, AI Studio, Firebase Studio is in the list too, which is not on here, but Claude, Lovable. Folks have been talking up Lovable for a while.
Yeah.
And yes, don't put your public keys on the internet, folks. when people find them, they can rack up your bill pretty quickly. I'm speaking for other people, of course, but you don't want to be liable for a lot of money based on, and yes, I used the US dollar, sorry. I could have put pounds there, but you don't want to be liable for a ton of calls that somebody else is making on your keys. So please, if you're using large language models and you're trying to put them on the public internet, make sure you're protecting all of the keys that you have. They are super important to you. But yes, so that, and I think there's some more on there, but actually we can just show it off real quick. This is the QR code to get access to the wonderful cheat sheet. This cheat sheet you should be able to make a copy of pretty quickly. It's a cool Google Doc. Hopefully it will inspire you to come to our next session tomorrow, because we could use this doc as a guide to think about, iterate, and try your own ideas. We have like 45 minutes tomorrow, so it's going to be very tight to figure out how to get to your own ideas. So hopefully this will jumpstart what you want to think about. If you're having a problem, if everybody's having a problem with scanning and getting that doc, you can all just find me tomorrow, but no. I was thinking about making dittos, but it ended up being 2 pages, so I really felt like that was going to really hurt a lot of paper. So I figured that, and I didn't want to ask the JournalismAI folks that have been so wonderful in facilitating everything to print a bunch of stuff, which I've done to other people in the past. So I figured that, that a nice QR code would work, and hopefully for the people out there on the web, they can get this too. And that guide, that cheat sheet should look like this little guy. So, right, think of a challenge. We just talked about that. Think of a challenge. What is your ideal experience? I mentioned how everybody understands information differently. What is the best way for you to understand this problem, right? You're centering on a problem, but you personally need to think about what is the best solution for me? Especially when we're talking about what you were cooking up there, right? Like understanding information. Understanding information in the context of journalism, right? But understanding data in the context of understanding our users and our audience and prototyping. So think about your user journey. We've talked about that a little bit, right? The shape of what it will actually be. There's wonderful further down, fun parts to this. But yes, we write all of our wonderful tools here. Remember that these tools, even though we're showing you cool stuff that worked the first time, remember that it took us at least 2 to 3 hours to get it to this state. So, so we're just taking that and truncating all that time. That's why we don't do it live. Because I mean, I've seen live demos already, and you know everything can go wrong with a live demo. So here are all different tools that you can use with the links to each of them. And yeah, remember that you're not going to put something public. Think about that framework of just a minimum viable product. What is the best thing that's going to get this job done? And I always think about it in the context of your idea, build it, measure, learn, and kind of continue through that cycle. Continue through that cycle as much as you can. And I would say the one thing about vibe coding makes you a much better tester. One of the first jobs I ever got out of college was doing quality assurance testing of fantasy games. You'd be surprised how many people get mad when their fantasy American football things are wrong. But it makes me a better tester in that sense. Like I have an understanding of like what the issue is, and yeah, even if you just can see like, hey, something went wrong, you'll be able to tell the model what went wrong and fix this, or something's broken, and that'll hopefully make you better in the long run for all this. But yes, this is accessible for all of you. I see all the people in the docs. That's super. You should be able to make a copy. Hopefully I built that right. I didn't see anybody writing in there, so that means I think I did it right. And you can get that right here to scan wonderfully. And I think that's what we got, right? So, so tomorrow we can use that doc to find your ideas and work them out, and we can all talk about all the different ideas that everybody has. And then,
What we thought about this session with Ryan was like, how could we use the 2 instances that we have, like today and tomorrow? And today was all about like, throwing all the information at you and hopefully get you thinking of something specific that you may want to try with us tomorrow, and it will be more hands-on. And one of the things that is needed, as Ryan was saying, is time in order to get back, come up with your first prompt, and then get back and re-ask the model to redo it again, tweak stuff, add stuff. So to have the time to do that is the very point of tomorrow's session, in which we are not going to be talking so much, at least not that much.
I hope, I hope not as much as this, but also for all the live people out there in the audience, they have something I just point to the camera because
nice.
But everybody in the audience, right, has this resource, so they can go and do that. Tomorrow we won't be live streaming, which is another benefit, right? And I think we did that intentionally so that you could come and work out any and all of your different ideas and not worry about them being put on the internet publicly immediately. So, you'll be able to be welcome to bring any different type of idea, and I hope that you'll join us. And anybody have any questions? Happy to answer anything for you.
Let's bring the room in.
Oh,
please.
Get that microphone.
Can you explain a little this warning about the keys? What would they look like, and how would they show up? Just in order to avoid that trap. You made it sound really scary.
I try to fear cast it on purpose just because every secret that you hold, all those different kinds of tokens and secrets for anybody who's built stuff on the internet, you know that it's possible that somebody could grab that and then start doing things that you might not necessarily want to happen with them, right? So I don't want to speak for anybody else that may or may not be here, but if somebody got one of your keys to one of these systems, they could just start prompting for something that you didn't even want to do, right? They could just start firing. Like an API key, sorry, just like that kind of string of text, right? People could be out there on the internet guessing thousands of different strings of the internet, right? There's password protection, which is obviously super key, but there's a website out there that you can type your password in and you can see how long it would take for someone who is not necessarily as great at internet stuff than we are, to get to your password, and you could see hey, will it take them years or months or weeks, or if your password is password or if your password is Louvre, they might get to it pretty quickly. So that's why I say that. So I'm fear casting because when you take something from Firebase Studio or Claude or any of these things, and you could put that so one of the other examples I have using Firebase Studio is a AI recommender for the top high schools in the United States, and that is using the model, then accessing the information and giving the recommendation each time. So this story is not doing any of that. So I feel fine putting that out there to show to people. But if it is something that is going to access that LLM, what if somebody just went to my page and started clicking it 1,000 times, right? Then I need to do the CAPTCHA and make sure to verify they're human and all those kinds of things. So that's where all the fear driving is coming from.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you both so much.
Yeah, we'll wait for you tomorrow.
Okay, and we have the final 2 sessions for the day. One is happening in the Smile Suite. It's called Synth ID, a novel digital watermarking technology. And over here, we're having Reinventing the Newsroom again, and that starts at 4 o'clock. So you have 15 minutes, I believe, or a little more than that.
Go back to the QR code. Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you. Right there. Oh, is it not scanning? That would not be good. Because my face.
Welcome to one of the last two events today. Just very briefly, I want to say I've had a really great day. I hope you all have as well. Quite exhausting to take so much in, but and so many great conversations that I've had, but also watching everyone else having. So for me, it's been a wonderful day, and I'm delighted that I can finish this day with a great friend, Dmitry Shishkin, with a fireside chat, and Dmitry has come with his fireside cardigan. We should have one of those nice flame projections at the back, and a glass of whiskey. But anyway, the whiskey can wait. Dmitry is he can tell you what he's been doing in the last year or so, but Dmitry is somebody who has been in very serious newsrooms like BBC World, and has been on a really interesting journey over the last 10 years. He was responsible for one of the best bits of media or journalism research I think that's ever been done. It was such a neat idea, which was to ask the newsroom what kind of news they created, whether it was kind of update me news, or whether it was about trending, or whether it was about education and so on. But then asking the users of that news what kind of use they made of the journalism that was being created. And of course there was this disparity between the two, and I think it was a really effective way of thinking about journalism. And obviously since then, with the explosion of generative AI, we have all been thinking much more about what are we creating and how can we connect it to audiences. So we will be talking about how you might reinvent the newsroom once again. So welcome, Dmitry.
Thank you very much.
First of all, tell me, what have you been doing this year?
So I've moved back to London about
welcome back
5 weeks ago. Thank you very much. I spent the last year and a bit in Switzerland, working for Ringier, which is a media holding, owning companies in various countries. And I was running their non-Swiss media, and I'm going to become a consultant again from January onwards, working for I prefer to work with tech companies, media companies, and companies that care about content but are not publishers themselves. So travel, finance, anybody else who basically wants to connect with the audiences with content. And you mentioned user needs, and sometimes I'm thinking what the hell would have happened if I had been sick on that day when an audience research person came to me and said, there is a wonderful idea I have, do you want to have a look? And I'm thinking, you know how many times audience research people come to you with interesting things that they have found out. And the last 10 years have been really big, excellent experience actually from this experiments in the BBC, and then Reuters Digital News Report had a whole chapter last year dedicated to user needs, and then I really wanted to retire afterwards because I'm just thinking I've taken it as far as I can really. But AI now brings a completely different dimension to the same problem. Ultimately, the problem is why you exist in the world, why you exist in the market, why your media exists in the world, because a lot of people who are successful can explain that in one sentence, and a lot of people who are unsuccessful, it starts with them unable to express why they exist, and we can't afford that in the LLM world.
Yeah, we'll come back to the Ringier playbook that you created in a minute, but first let's just go bigger picture, because I've been around longer than you, but we've both been through quite extraordinary cycles of change. We've been in it and we've watched it in terms of obviously going online, social media, smartphones, and of course AI. How do you think, and I know it's a very general question, but how do you think this cycle of AI change compares to that? And then where do you think we are in, whatever you want to call it, the cycle of hype, this current iteration of change?
We probably are facing the hardest challenge yet, because at least the previous challenges have been not as fundamental as this one, because you really everybody uses the phrase news avoidance, but actually there is nothing avoidable about news. You just need to write it in a particular way that people connect with. That's it. That's as simple as that. And we can learn a lot from many other providers, you know, including creators, of course, but also other sectors as well. So I actually am very excited about the changes that we can make, but the changes probably only we will be able to make them only if we put a lot of effort in unseen things, in the under the hood things, in the preparatory things. Like, you know, everybody talks about clean data, for example, but it's very hard to get your data clean, especially if you're a legacy organization. That's why I'm so excited about I'm so inspired about this day today, because I learned a lot, and we all must learn from the smaller newsroom, the better lessons you can learn from them, because they actually are not inhibited by all of those things. I remember when I brought Chartbeat into the BBC. BBC didn't have an editorial analytics tool up until 2013, and it took me 9 months from meeting Tony Hale until we went live. 9 months, and I wrote like 5 white papers explaining why it's needed. And by the time 5 people signed up for that paper, the first person who signed up already has new doubts and all of that. And come on, you can't afford to do that. You can't. I mean, you obviously have the different side of spectrum where all tech companies will come to you and say, "Oh, it's just only one line of JavaScript. It's very easy implementation." Well, bullshit as well, right? So it's not that as well. But because obviously you have compliance, you have data infosec, all of that type of stuff. But the issue is that we spent at Ringier, we spent a lot of time last year cleaning up everything to do with our under the hood stuff to make sure that we are much more visible to LLMs, we are much more transferable in terms of our data, so data can talk to each other. People learned the difference between ontology and taxonomy, you know, all of those kinds of things, really, really important ones, because if you want to become more effective, you need to produce less, but make content work much, much harder. And it's an amalgamation of technology on the one hand and better editorial, much better editorial on the other hand, because frankly speaking, the editorial broadly is still broadly beige. And that's why niche organizations do it much better than generalists.
Yeah, and that's fascinating. Of course, there are different speeds of travel, we don't call it. And as you say, some of the smaller organizations can be more nimble. But where do you think, it's over 3 years now since ChatGPT was launched. How would you sort of describe the I mean, there was a kind of efficiency stage, and then is there a transitional phase? Where are we?
So I'm really excited about the next year, because yesterday something happened that I was expecting to happen about maybe 6 months ago, when you remember when Trump was named the person of the year by Time Magazine. Time Magazine created this first ever multimodal experience of an article. And everybody was like, wow, this is what the future of journalism, blah, blah, blah. Time, of course, their corporate communications, of course, didn't say that they only did it for one article, because they didn't productize the whole thing. But yesterday, I think they announced that now it is going to be applied for everything. And this is what really is important, because you of course need to be creating everything that, say you create 100 articles a day, you probably will create, I don't know, 800 versions of those articles in this new multimodal world. But what I think that media is completely missing the point, it's not about you can write an article, you can read an article, you can watch an article. It's like it's so basic, like why are you even talking about this? This is much more than that. You need to look at every single variable you have for an article, for your URL, and make sure that multimodality includes that variable. So what I mean by that is that if something happens, you can have an educate me piece created as a first-person video, and you can have an update me piece written as a 200 words, or you can have also a give me perspective piece delivered as a Q&A, for example, all together. But all of those things only can happen if your ontology/taxonomy is clean enough, so you can say, okay, well, I need to make sure that my 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever it is, third-party tools that interact with my content, they actually are able to talk to each other, because currently they're not. And I think we will be able to unlock a lot of potential by making sure that all of the data lakes which we're gathering about our content and our audiences actually start talking to each other.
Yeah. And do you think, in a sense, then, that we haven't actually made the intellectual leap, have we? We're still... we've been writing the obituary of the article for some years now, but it seems to be still very alive, this idea that there's a sort of central artifact, and occasionally you might translate it.
Yeah.
You know, you might do a short version.
Yeah.
But we're still thinking in that way, aren't we?
I don't have a problem with that, because I think the majority of people still prefer to read based on what...
Well, I don't just mean a text, but I mean one object that is
No,
the
I
story.
understand. I think that everybody talks about unleashing the power of archive, and what we mean by that, and somebody said it today in one of the presentations, is that the fact that you can go into archive and dig out something which you think is the most important one is not something that actually will be beneficial to the audience widely. So I think that there is a lot of work to be done with archive and making sure that we get the best out of it, but also deliver it to people who actually need it at first. And
let's try and break this down into some different concepts, if you like. And I'm sort of going with the taxonomy that of your beautiful glossy Ringier playbook, which go and search for it. It's a wonderful piece of work trying to understand a new strategy, not just for AI, but in the broader context. You spoke today about how exciting it was to see some of the smaller newsrooms who, generally speaking, are operating in some kind of what we used to call a niche.
Yeah.
But is there a sense that niches aren't just for small organizations?
I actually think that we all need to become as niche as we can, irrespective of how big we are. We literally need to become an amalgamation of 50 niches if you are a generalist website, but there is no such thing as a website delivering news for 50 different audiences or 50 different topics. You basically need to treat your health vertical, which is actually not niche because you can go even niche, but they will be competing against the whole of health coverage across the globe. So I think that we need to look at how AI can help us keep coherence of the brand overall, but still you need to make that mental shift for thinking that I only am responsible for politics coverage or health coverage or sports coverage, but I need to be competing against everybody else in the world and produce the best content out there possible. So,
and of course you're competing, not when you say competing with, you don't just mean other journalists.
No, everything. I mean, Spotify, Netflix, books that you read online, whatever. We used to remind everybody that news only amounted to 2% of world internet, and that was like 10 years ago. So now I don't know, it's like 200% maybe. So I think that it's really important to recognize what you are and what you're not on a niche by niche basis for the organization as a whole. So I remember consulting for one of the organizations, and we got together 3 senior editors responsible for 3 verticals that they had, and I asked them to come up with unpack a vertical for me into 5 or 6 topics, and then agree on a level of the board that those 20 topics or 18 topics are the only thing that we do, but we do them the best we can. And that involves curating of the best content out there, because obviously you need to show the world what else is out there available. Your editor needs to become the front face of the coverage, and I think it's really important to also say it's okay to have AI to help us curate that coverage, because we actually will then only concentrate on 2 or 3 pieces a day, but which will be our own original, the best there is. And be confident in that, because the issue is that a lot of newsrooms probably just, you know how this famous phrase is that, but we have to cover it. I remember it forever, and I come from a public service organization. I used to be digital editor for all language websites at the BBC, and it was like, and I really wanted to tear my hair out, and I mean it turned grey already, right? Probably with the BBC as well. But if you say, but we have to cover it and we will have to write it, it's a wrong way of thinking about this, because you have to write it, yes, but write it in a way that actually makes sense to people. Just writing it for the sake of it being there doesn't really help anyone.
Yeah. And going back to the audience thing, what I really liked about the user needs model was that it sounds like you're sort of saying, oh, we've got to do what the audience wants. But it's really much more, isn't it, about trying to relate it back to what the newsroom is trying to do.
It's actually completely opposite of that. It's a little bit, reminds me, so 2 weeks ago I went to Lisbon to take part in DigiDay Summit, and I had the audacity to say that the next editor-in-chief should be appointed from audience department. And people, they did a write-up on that, and they decided to make it a little bit more controversial than it was by calling my comments controversial. And I was like, show me at least the first person, one person, who will disagree with what I said. I didn't say that the audience, the editor-in-chief needs to come from audience. I didn't say that. I said your audience, a person who runs your audience team, provided that they are fully editorially sufficient and editorially sound, they have more competences than your generalist running your business sector or section or economy section. Why? Because they, at some point of time, they were kind of going producer, assistant producer, well, senior producer, assistant editor, then they got stuck, then they moved over to audiences, they started running audience department, they got exposed to maybe 5 or 6 other disciplines which regular editors never got exposed or never have a conversation. So, and then suddenly they say, I actually now going to apply for editor-in-chief job. So that person will be probably several times more qualified than your regular beat editor.
Yeah.
Why? Because they are aware of that modern journalism is just much more than just output.
What does the audience mean, or that audience relationship mean in the age of AI? Because we've got all that audience data, that's wonderful. We've got these tools that can personalize content.
Yep.
Is that what it is?
No, I think it's more than that. It's actually placing audience and getting audience to tell you what they... So, 2 examples. We brought Harkin into the BBC many years ago. Harkin, if you don't know Harkin, you should, because it's one of the most important audience engagement tools out there. Official BBC editors were publicly quoted as saying, I would never have considered writing that article thinking that the audience might be interested in that. And the audience was interested in those articles, and they were generating like millions of page views. So firstly, you need to kind of climb down from your high horse and say, actually, I will, audience, take a decision on what I consider important, because I will say that, okay, I don't have money to send 5 correspondents to 5 cities in the States to cover the States, but I will give the audience a chance to select out of those 5. I will select those 5, but I will ultimately let the audience decide. So ultimately, it's the same thing. How on earth, why am I getting all of the things on TikTok 48 hours earlier than on mainstream media? And that reminds me how I was still in my home department of BBC Russian in 2009, and I was kind of suggesting stories which I read on Twitter, and they only would write about those stories 36 hours later. It's exactly the same situation, because people are there, people talking about those things, and why am I seeing BBC report on TikTok about how horrible it is to have a boyfriend? Have you seen that trend? All of that? I've seen it 48 hours before, and then suddenly a BBC correspondent does it. So, like, fundamentally something is broken. You need to get those stories and those conversations into your mainstream coverage much sooner. And that's what I mean by placing audience in the middle of it. You really need to have... Another really good example of how BBC wanted to become audience-centric is that when we launched BBC Pop-Up around the world, when we got into a place in the world and we got people to use post-it notes to write what is the most important topic in their own town, and then BBC would go and cover it. So we still will apply all the editorial relevance and the logic and moral and all of those and ethics and everything else, but the stories need to come from people who you are covering it for.
And the other sort of leg of your little, your four-point playbook was obviously what we're here for today, largely, I guess, which is artificial intelligence. How impressed are you by the way it's been used?
Well, sometimes I just need to tone myself down in terms of what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is that we like let's be realistic. All the stuff that we have done so far, whilst it's amazing and really great that we have done it, all of that thing about efficiency and transcriptions and like headline writing and all that, it's super boring. It's incredibly boring. Nobody cares. The fact that we have like 3 headlines to choose from. Okay, well, firstly, you can write those 3 headlines yourself, and it's a different thing that maybe AI will actually help you afterwards to say what we know about this topic and what we know about the cohort of audience, this headline will be the best, and that is the good use. But I'm thinking multimodality is something which I'm really excited about. I think that we need to, in order to really take advantage out of multimodality, we need to tag our content based on formats, which not a lot of... How many newsrooms are tagging their content with formats here? By formats, I mean things like feature, interview, how many, so 1 in the whole room. Like if you have the golden triangle of content evaluation is topic, user need, format. If you don't tag according to those 3 things, you already are missing on a lot of nuances. So I think that what we can do better in the future, multimodality for 2025 will be about that. But also I think it's about the decision making based on AI. Effectively, what we're saying is that the human brain is not able to calculate as fast as machines. And if you come to work, and when I was at Ringier, I actually asked all my newsrooms to introduce a new editor for like a day job, saying they were notifications editor. So they were getting notifications live from the editorial analytics tool, and they were basically immediately reacting to those notifications. So, and those notifications, and you can ignore it at your own peril, but the same editorial analytics tool will send you a report at the end saying, we have sent you 60 notifications in a day, and you only reacted to 10 of them, and because of that you missed on 500,000 audience or something like that, you know? So decision making based on AI, which comes through the human brain, is going to be the next big frontier for me, at least.
Yeah, and any particular examples where you're particularly excited? Do you think people are getting it? Always unfair to ask.
Well, you know what, interestingly, okay, well, let's talk, BBC Polska was mentioned in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced, frankly speaking. I've spent so many years improving BBC language teams around the world, and I learned only one thing, which what really would set them apart is relevance in their own market.
Right.
So just providing foreign language, well, firstly, majority of competitors in Poland probably already have gone to bbc.com and already translated everything they wanted to translate, right? So like, what's the point? I don't really understand. But you need to have, of course it will help you. So it's 80-20 rule. 80% of your content in Polish will be automatically translated and offered, but you still need to have 20% which are fully original and fully yours.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good example, isn't it, of the difference. I mean, it's a great thing they're doing.
Yep.
We're delighted that it's happening, but it's a kind of two-dimensional usage. It's not to criticize it, but it's a kind of two-dimensional thing. You've basically taken what you have and you put it in a different language.
Yeah.
It's not doing much.
Which Google Chrome can do.
Yeah, yeah. Cruel, but true. I'll come to questions in a minute, but I'm enjoying this. But the fourth leg of this quadruped policy is culture. What do you mean by that?
So when I wrote this continuation of the playbook, first thing was obviously the niches, the second one was the audience, then the third one was AI, and the fourth one was culture, was was all-encompassing, right? So it's exactly to my question early in the first session of the day, how do you make sure that people actually behave differently in your newsrooms and think differently? And what I mean by that is that we all need to agree that job descriptions are gone and solid reporting lines are gone. Because one of the things is that whatever you have been hired to do today, you might not need to do in 6 months' time. And the truth about the workforce in general is that you still spend a lot of time dancing around people, asking them to do something different, which actually is not aligned with their job description 100%. And I think we can't afford that, I remember I was trying to combine radio operation and digital operation in BBC Russian in like 2008. And I asked people to move rooms and everything. And one guy said to me, this was my view for the last 25 years. I want to continue seeing this view from my window. And I'm like, okay, well, we have a lot of work to do, you know. Yeah. But so for me, those answers about, you know, courage, curiosity, actionability, or willingness to change, it's exactly the right thing. So I would hire only for one thing, because I think that skills can be taught. Yeah. Attitude can never be taught. So flexibility is the most important thing, whatever flexibility means. Flexibility should be, you need to hire people to constantly ask them, give me examples of how you have been flexible in the last whatever. But
it is also about, I don't know what you call management, leadership, changing the structures that people are working within, isn't it? I mean, a newsroom that I used to work in 20 years ago has only just said to its broadcast producers that they will also have to work on online. I just find that kind of mind-blowing.
So do I. In 2006, BBC was going for this thing where the term was introduced called 360 degrees commissioning. Remember that?
Yeah.
So I thankfully was that person, so I was able to go on a trip, film myself, broadcast myself, write a video article, or write a text story myself, answer people's questions myself, all of that. So when I was starting going through the ranks at the BBC, I think people remembered me as doing those things, and they had trust in me not to bullshit them and not to ask them unreasonable things. And I think this is really important. So at Ringier, one of the things I did was to rename audience engagement people into editors. I actually said to them, you can't use the word audience engagement manager, because as soon as editor talks to a manager, you know what happens, right? So like you need to have a equal playing field. So audience engagement editors to start with. So we Homo sapiens, words matter to us. You really need to say this is audience engagement. They're as editorial as you, effectively. So flexibility, getting people to, well, one thing which I suggest in my playbook is that every single senior person needs to be spending 20% of their time doing actual newsroom work, whatever that means. So out reporting, sitting in the newsroom, seeing how things, like, I don't know why, but when I came to Ringier, I really spent the whole day just asking them to show me how to upload a story into CMS, just from start to finish. I needed people not to tell me, well, not lies, but kind of try to impress me with something that is not true. So I really needed to understand how do I go about all of those things. And I think senior people really need to remember that. And we do have some positive examples about kind of reverse mentoring when young people mentor older people, but I think it's not enough. What really is enough is saying, can you go and upload a video for me just so you can remember how it is done, and you then can take decisions that will impact everybody else who is doing it properly. Yeah. So, but generally, I also am suggesting things about when you effectively saying that it's okay to know not to know things. Yeah. So you need to be relaxed, and you need to allow people to feel relaxed that they don't know certain things.
Yeah, and obviously that's very difficult because all news organisations are under a huge amount of pressure, and the requirement to get your product out at the end of the day or continually is so tough that asking people then to think like an influencer or to be multimodal is tough.
Well, we have Sophia in the room, so I actually say that if you haven't downloaded Sophiana, you need to go and do it, because the way that app actually helps people to. I actually downloaded it and wanted to do the first TikTok myself. I never was on TikTok, and then I became afraid of comments, so I decided decided not to do it. But I think you need to be like some people already said early in the day that the education needs to be paid. You can't educate yourself in your own time. So you need to, every person needs to have an hour a week dedicated to self-improvement one way or another. Yeah. And I think it needs to become a policy. It needs to be probably even more than 1 hour.
Well, look, it was good enough for Google employees.
They've
got slightly more money than us, but
true. But I think it's important because you're still investing in yourself. You're actually saying that you effectively putting your money.
And that's what I liked about the conversations this morning when people were talking about sandboxes and things like that. We're going to take a bit more time. Has anybody got any questions or comments to make? Oh, yeah, quite a lot. Can we start there, on the edge there? Try and keep it quite quick because there are drinks beckoning.
Sure, thank you very much. My name is Connie Tahata. I'm from the Debrief Network in South Africa. So talk to me about the resistance, because the audience engagement people are generally people who don't even wear an editorial cap in terms of generally they don't apply their mind editorially. So once it's you make that editor appointment, then what about the fighting between who makes the ultimate editorial decision, in terms of responsibility? If you can just reflect a little bit on that.
You still have hierarchy. You still have the output editor who takes all the decisions. All I'm saying is that I think that the misnomer of audience engagement managers historically was that people didn't really care about the process of distribution. You basically were just saying somebody else create content, but it's not my job to think what happens with the content afterwards. And thankfully, forward-thinking organizations, FT with René Kaplan, BBC with Sarah Schenker. When we had those departments about 10 years ago already, they were there. And they were all editors. They were not just hired people to just go and distribute stuff. So because of that, I think it's really important to remember that those people, if you have hired people who have not been editorial before, upskill them so they become editorial. So for me, this is just a complete, the same thing.
It's also about who's in the room though, isn't it? Because to me, it's just kind of no-brainer that the audience person has to be integrated with editorial, because the audience is going to pay for your wonderful journalism. Your journalism has to relate to your audience, and so surely that's a...
Well, it's one of the things, going back to user needs. I once did a client review and client had subscriptions already, and you see that again, client was creating lots of unneeded stories for people who are sign-in people wanted to give me perspective stories and educate me stories, but they were not getting enough of those. So the question is, like, where does this information where is it not passed on from people who really understand it? And that's what I mean. Ideally, editor-in-chief will be somebody who will be equally versed with speaking to product, speaking to data, speaking to audience, speaking to commercial, all of that. That means that their beat editors who are responsible for individual output need to be equally versed as well. But editors-in-chief, I don't buy the argument that editors-in-chief are so busy that they don't pay attention to that. This is just completely crazy.
Yeah, and I love one of the things I like about the idea of things like chatbots, for example, is that there is a device. Yes, you're providing a service to your audience, but your audience is literally telling you what they're interested in, what they want to know. That seems to me...
Well, again, it's not about writing about Kardashians all the time. It's not about that. Like, whoever comes with this question, like, completely misses the point. Because we still have our own editorial mission. We still exist for a reason that we want to exist. But within that framework, you just need to try harder to be better.
Yeah. Another question.
I'd be really curious if you could tell about what you've learned when it comes to actually getting the newsroom to then, in their daily work, think about audience needs and really creating these stories that resonate. Because what I see is that you have a lot of meetings, you discuss a lot of things, but then in the actual day-to-day work, it can be very far away. And we've tried some tricks, but I would love to hear your history of what you figured out what actually makes a difference.
Just need to be a little bit stubborn and actually not move on to something else. And I think this is one of the problems in media is that there are so many priorities that people jump from one priority to another, and they kind of keep their eyes off the ball to other priorities. So to your question, I would say, if your organization needs to produce 100 educate me stories every week, by the end of the week, I need to have a report on that, and I will start my morning meeting the following day without going into the new agenda, but actually tackling that question. In the same way how I would say, you as a radio correspondent, why didn't you give your text to online to redo it 15 years ago when we were merging radio and digital operations? And I would not go into the new conversations about the agenda of the day, but actually before tackling that one. So I think you just need to be a little bit single-minded like that. And it's like, okay, everybody does, not all the people like Jeff Bezos, but he has one sentence which I actually subscribe fully. He says, leaders need to be flexible, need to be stubborn on direction, but very flexible in details. So you just, like, where we go is up to no discussion. How we get there, let's discuss together.
Okay, any other questions? Anybody else? Got a few minutes. One right, one at the back there. Sorry, Astrid.
Hi. Dimitri, I think you asked this question in the morning. I may be mistaken. My conference brain is ending right now. But you asked the panelists what skills they're looking to hire for. So that's a question back to you. What skills do you look for in people?
So I specifically asked about traits rather than skills, because skills can be taught. And I think that when it comes to traits, for me, flexibility is the most important one. Flexibility meaning that people should be open to try new things. And you know how I always say that the hardest promotion you can get is from producer to senior producer. Then your career is already taken care of if you make that step properly, because actually a lot of people just don't want to take that step or don't know how to take that step, and this step is all about initiative and flexibility and showing that things can be done, and kind of also not shying away from trying things, because again, you kind of do it and then you ask for forgiveness afterwards.
Right. Any others? Anybody else's brain not fried? Please. Here, Lakshmi.
Hi. So there's lots of journalism educators in the room, and I was just wondering if you were in charge of that, how would you advise us to really help the next generation think about the newsrooms?
Make sure that you have a user needs module in all of those, and I've done lots and lots of conversations with individual educational organizations, whether this side of the pond or the other side of the pond. You think you just need, it's as basic as who or whatever 5 W's in your first report. You just need to understand that there are X number of reasons why people consume news, and you need to tailor your reporting to reflect that. So this is the most important one. And second one is audience in the middle, always. And we need to learn from local as much as we can, because actually this is where the most interesting connection between audiences and journalists happen.
I mean, back to you, just from your experience of journalism education, is audience taught? I look at young content creators, and they are like super clever about audiences. You know, the kind of influencers, they just know exactly what their audience wants, when they want it, how they want it, and they work so hard at maintaining their connection to the audience. But do we actually teach audience at all in journalism?
I think not enough. I think we often learn quite a lot from the young people about the audiences they want to report to in a way we didn't before.
I think that editors come in and advise about audiences, and that's really helpful. I don't think we wholesale think of audiences. We should probably flip the education to really concentrate on that. I think that's the point. I agree. I think I've had some students that have come in and gone and set up YouTube channels and speak to their audience in a much better way than I probably would have ever advised them to do so. But could they then flip that and talk to another audience? Perhaps not always, because they're very niche.
Yeah.
But you know, the flexibility comes in translating that, right? So that's what we kind of need to teach and get to. So
Great.
Good point. Yeah.
Thanks for that. We are going to stop there. I would love to go on all night, but brains are fried, and there is some sort of networking beverages out there in a minute or two. Thank you to everybody. I want to thank, big thanks first of all to my team, my JournalismAI team, who have once again been utterly brilliant. You know. And obviously thank you to all the speakers, all the people we've been working with who have shown what they've been doing, and especially thanks to you all for coming and making this such a really interesting day for me, at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you.